Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C. pattern of conduct, the ongoing real-time documentation of what is the criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is the pattern of conduct underway by a public entity, that is the state of California, that is engaging in federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California. So this is group conduct. And this is the practicing of what are the criminal elements of monitoring amongst what is the demon possessed. And so this is what is documentation of terrorism as it is underway by a public entity in concert with the people of the state who are in the shoes of the government as this criminal system is in ceaseless operation. And as the state engages in this demented group conduct, this is revealing how the public entity, that is the state of California, that is in the United States of America, how terrorism of an American citizen plays out, what that looks like, how that is facilitated amongst a people, amongst a government, how it is public corruption in plain sight, and not only that, how you formulate policy and how you prosecute that which is demonic conduct, it's demonic activity, but that which is in no way impervious to prosecution in federal court, and being subject to ratification into federal policy. This is the P.O.C. It is Friday, November 26, 2021, and this is the P.O.C. All right, thank you, Sabrina. Hi, what's your name, ma'am?
Kia.
Kia? Oh, okay, Kia. Juliet, completed my purchase at register number 4. Let's see, is that directed line? Yes, it is. All right, I captured the demons and the sex offenders of Stater Brothers at 646 West Hall under what is the fake sun and in directed light. And I'm capturing their images, including those of managerial status, which does not have anything to do with the fact that they are demon-possessed sex offenders. They're stalkers. They're monitoring with the state in a demonic environment and engaging in bathroom monitoring with the people of the state. And they are in that demented environment as well. It's literally inside of the store. And I've already shown this before, and this is an ongoing demonstration of that. At 8:09 a.m. right now, and the state's fake sun is over the venue, arriving at about approximately 6:56, 6EXC 835. And you have what is a line of directed light on the ceiling above me while I'm at register number 4, line number 4, where they are surrounding in the path a group of them at the register. This is group stalking by demons. All right, they act as a pack too, aware that I'm documenting them, and engaging in sexual violence while they are all corporately engaging in that monitoring conduct inside of the private space. That is why a fake sun is over you, by the way, that which is not the sun. And this is also why directed light is inside of your venue. And that is the Stater Brothers at 646 West Holt and inside of the Ontario Village Shopping Center. And you have what is the maintenance of activity inside of that bathroom space, a group stalker that is maintaining presence. That's an employee inside of that hallway. All right, you have and this is as I enter, you have what is the maintenance of light inside of the venue. This is directed light, the state's light source over the parking lot, the maintenance of presence while I'm walking inside. So they're present for what is crossing path, and I want to be clear with regard to ongoing knowledge of what I'm doing inside of the private space. This is surveillance inside of the bathroom of a Stater Brothers by absolutely demented stalkers. All right, these are the demon possessed, who are also engaging in sexually violent predatory conduct in a private space while they are maintaining what is that criminal system of federal stalking. This is the significance of that, in concert with the people of the state who work there and don't work there. All right, and understand the totality of that system that's underway, and that's what I captured is the environment that they're in and what they're engaging in. That is the terrorizing threat and federal stalking by an entity in the bathroom, okay? And then this is the sex offender that, again, is aware of the fact that you're documenting it and showing that ongoing determination, which is a sexually violent threat, to continue to engage in such demented and predatory conduct. All right, it's 8:12 a.m. and psychopaths are surrounding right now under a fake sun, studying their communication devices, monitoring my documentation. Sex offenders that are exceedingly concerned concerned about what I'm doing with my panties inside of that bathroom stall, engaged in that group surveillance, which is the sexually violent and demented group conduct of the people of the state, by the way. It's 8:12 a.m. DOX 695. That is a demon that's loitering in relevant position, a Latino male studying his communication device. Fake sun is over his vehicle. 5TYW091. 4UDB 428. And again, this is Stater Brothers, which is inside of Ontario Village. And again, the state starting with its fake sun. And by starting, I mean that is not the actual sun that is now not rising over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. It's right over me at the Tabor Professional Building, where the entity is stalking day and night. That is aiming directed light, while the people of the state that are stalking, knowing exactly where I am, because this is impossible light activity that is not occurring when you are driving in either direction. And this is the state placing its directed light, its engineered light, and a fake sun over the vehicle, where it is also aimed while the door is open, and intentional creation is created inside of that directed light that is being aimed inside of the vehicle. Where I am sleeping, and the entity knows that. All right. And then being driven to the venue where the fake sun is over that parking lot. And directed light is inside of that venue. And this is also amplification of audible activity inside of the private space. So that is the obsessed stalker stalking into the bathroom with that environment that is present through what is amplified audible activity. And this is the demonic system that exceeds that monitoring with communication devices. That's a sex offender with knowledge of what you're documenting, and entirely predatory and demented. Okay, it is sexual violence, and that it's 8:16 a.m. and that is P.O.C. 4UG4798 8LSW224 B2207 handicap 7VCR301. They are one entity monitoring together, stalking together under an entirely artificially engineered environment. And this is what they're doing in the state of California. And this is why not only the state itself, but you're talking about the people of the state, which are the vicarious actor of that entity, engaging in what is a perpetual sex offense. It is 8:16 a.m. POC. Alrighty, that is images of the people of the state group stalking together, including Tracy Banks, license plate 4WON432, with the demons who are positioning themselves in front of the entrance outside of Clinica Medica, California, under the fake sun at 8:19 in the morning. Impossible to coexist. Clearly, you're talking about it just making an ongoing comparison, first of all, and you're looking at what is a cooperative criminal system and demented stalking system. This is stalking one individual altogether. Demons alike. Does not matter whether I know your name or whether I do not know that particular demon's name. They are all under the fake sun that is over the B&G Plaza at what is 8:19 in the morning. I have kept myself positioned in what is Upland, all right, in front of the, I've used this time and time again, not only remaining at the Ontario Museum, which again, I'm not going to be able to capture it from that vantage point over the B&G Plaza at this time, where I'm remaining at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. All right. I'm not going to be able to capture the state's, if that was actually the sun, not the state's fake sun, because the state is following with the fake sun. I wouldn't be able to capture it if that was the actual sun, as I spoke to yesterday at Vaughn's in the city of Upland, where that fake sun was over that parking lot, in contrast with, and that is a contrast because that's not the sun that's going to remain visible and remain directly over my head at all times of the day. And this is documentation that already exists of the state's light source and not the actual sun in the city of Upland, maintaining that central presence, aiming what is directed light as I'm documenting inside of venues. This is the pattern over that Vaughn's in the city of Upland at 81 West Foothill, all right, in the Foothill Town Center Plaza. You have what is documentation of the state keeping its fake sun over me, and the same location over my head where I am, centered on where I am, coupled with what is directed light while I'm at B&G Plaza, and yet I'm documenting, and I have documented while I'm in an entirely different city, that which I would not be able to capture, in other words, and that would not be the sun that's maintaining that central presence over my head, all right? And then under no circumstances are you going to see what is directed light as I have shown it. That's not sunlight. All right, this is blatant engagement in what is a targeting system. These are demons. It's demonic, all right? And Tracy Banks is monitoring just like every other demon. I happen to know Tracy Banks' name. Okay, and that's what you're looking at images of. Tracy Banks engaging in monitoring me in a private space. All right, in concert with the demons of the Stater Brothers. It is not different. That is why the fake sun is over her car. This is why she is engaging in the demonic conduct of activity creation while the state aims directed light, and she is moving all sort of items. She's moving in the directed light. It's intentional conduct in order to monitor as she comes to the vehicle where the state is positioning that environment. Okay, the placement of the environment is the deduction of influence. You are in your element, in other words, speaking of demons, while they are monitoring in that intentionally placed environment for that cooperative criminal endeavor. That's why it's there. there, okay? That is speaking to what is the ongoing system in operation, and that is sexual violence that I'm documenting. And moments later, the state's fake son as I travel east to be over the B&G Plaza at 8:19 in the morning. All right, and this is what you're looking at in images. It's called relevant positioning. It's called stalking with light, and that is Omnitrans bus 2349. All right, and the demons in the parking lot of the B&G Plaza, who I will document, are also monitoring. 8 DNR 758 in a Civic, studying his communication device, just like the demon I'm showing you beside me inside of the Stater Brothers parking lot under the fake sun, studying his communication device, just like Tracy Banks, 4WO and 432, sitting under the fake sun, studying her communication device. They're monitoring together, and they're demons. All right, and as Tracy Banks drives away, the same pattern, directed light moving across the walls of the Shiro's Liquor. This is a demon whose name I know, who was engaging in that demented, terrorizing, sexually violent system of one who she refers to as her daughter. And that's why I'm telling you, any dog can lay down and engage in the reproductive act that does not make you a mother. I am revealing what is demonic activity, that which Satan owns, which is the people of the state of California and the government, and they're engaging in criminal conduct. All right, and she can call herself whatever she wants. She's a demon-possessed stalker who is monitoring with the government and engaging in that demented and sexually violent terrorism with every other stranger who I don't know. That is a psychopath, by the way, and a very violent sex offender. All right, monitoring with the demons inside of Stater Brothers. So let me get these license plates. It is 8:23 a.m., 8TNH 746, 5KNL 344, 6RWN 103, 7YJV 057, 79334P2, 8FGB 306, X284E0, X284E0, yeah, 7AUP 712, 6NPW 544. All right, molesting by 6LXB 818. All right, a different demon, same conduct as Tracy Banks, no difference, okay? 6ZWW544, 5CRT018, and the demon that I'm showing you studying his communication device. Hold on. While Southwest Airlines hovers over him, you're looking at him, he's monitoring in relevant position. A demon right behind at the driveway using their brake lights as light activity, directed light moving across the storefront of the B&G Plaza, the state's fake sun right over the B&G Plaza. 8NRR758 is the demon-possessed stalker monitoring on a communication device under the fake sun, and that's what I took an image of while he's stalking in the path with Tracy Banks, by the way. 8VCW661, and that's Southwest Airlines engaging the P.O.C. 8GQZ094. It is 8:25 p.m. All right, rider crossing path, that's also intentional conduct. It's all deliberate in that environment. These are psychopaths that are stalking one person. They are the demon possessed, engaging in absolutely demented and sexual violence, engaged in that same focus on what is supposed to be a Thanksgiving holiday. Let me tell you, Satan is not taking a break, and the demon possessed are not taking a break. And you saw the exact same directed light. You saw the exact same stalking conduct and the demonic behavioral pattern underway on the demon's holiday of Thanksgiving. That's what they're engaged in and focused on in the state of California, including Frontier Airlines, Southwest Airlines, who I captured yet again, hovering over me under a fake sun. All right. It is currently 8:26 a.m. P.O.C. You have what is Omnitrans stalking in the path. You have another bus in less than 6 minutes. As I just documented, crossing path, stalking with the state under a fake sun. It is the same. First of all, with the provision of any commercial services, doesn't matter. There's no form. They're demons monitoring. This is what California is engaging in. But I also want to speak to, this is analogous to, for what I've also shown as a pattern, using your commercial services, or let alone your commercial logo, to engage in all activity creation. And that's why you have what are 2 buses arriving within less than 6 minutes. Metrolink, I'm sorry, not Metrolink, but Omnitrans just crossed path, and they're doing so under a fake sun, and this is intentional conduct. This is an African-American woman driving bus number 1220, license plate 1234513, creating light activity. She is a stalker, and she's doing so using the brand of Omnitrans, heavily already documented, engaging in molestation, engaging in stalking, literal stalking on a bus, and demonstrating that demonic behavioral pattern. And arriving in less than 10 minutes, this is not the published bus route schedule. They've already demonstrated their engagement in such conduct. And also they are under what is the fake sun and indirected light. This is intentional conduct. Alrighty, I just want to document that again. That's bus 1220. That's called relevant positioning. That's called light activity creation. That is called loitering in relevant position. 1234513. The frequency with which they're arriving at their bus stops is criminal facilitation, and it is pursuant to what is that knowledge of who I am and where I am. That's why you have directed light and a fake send. Omnitrans are this is a company that is being operated and facilitating that, which by what are demons who have no form. Okay, 6JTH 952, monitoring with Omnitrans, all of them stalking together at B&G Plaza. That's P.O.C. Directed light on the ground. That's ongoing molestation while they drive by. That is stalking conduct. That's what they're using their bus line for. That is also I've already shown you that in the latest video when I'm standing on the sidewalk and they're molesting. That's exactly what they engaged in again right now. And that is an African-American female, again, with a boy cut hair and driving that bus, arriving with such frequency. This is exactly what Metrolink was engaging in as I documented it. And this was for the purposes of activity. They're in the demented environment and they're contributing to that demented environment. All right, Omnitrans's commercial 7N 58342 is using its own vehicle to do the same. 516RZ handicap. 4GGN 417. 8TDR 191. License, and that's the state stalking with 6SOC 080 in a helicopter. License 8XYZ 239, studying his communication device 7YVZ 588. 8DIH 267, demons monitoring together under a fake sun and in directed light. They are stalking. With the state that's following by helicopter, they are stalking. Okay? It is, by the way, 8:30 a.m. Alrighty, license plate 8PUV 821, including Union Pacific. That's what that is called, amplified audible activity and engineered light. 7CAX 296, 8EZT 189. 8FAJ 408. And if you'll recall, as I documented, ultra personnel, psychopaths standing around like they're having an important conversation. You see the fake sun hovering over them while they're standing in front of that venue inside of the B&G Plaza. And this is approaching 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and the state's fake sun is over this parking lot, as I showed you at 8:19 a.m. They are psychopaths, just like I was letting you know on that day. And this is an ongoing demonstration of what they're doing in that environment that they are very well aware of. And while you have psychopaths surrounding you and they're in what is a light show that is focused on one person that they are together stalking, that's a demon, okay? That's a psychopath and a sex offender who is all together. They are all touching, and you have what is monitoring with communication devices. And this is the state's fake sun over that same exact parking lot while those psychopaths were acting like they were normal, focused on something else. That's the P.O.C. All right, and I did just capture video of the state stalking via helicopter flying over the Ontario Town Square townhomes moments after Omnitrans engages in a molestation. While that is both actors, that is Union Pacific, sounds then audible activity while the demons are patrolling on Hope Boulevard. That is captured in video. It's currently 8:32 a.m. 8RDW070, studying the communication device under the fake sun. They're all monitoring. And that's exactly what I showed you at Prime Wash Express in the city of Upland yesterday, where the state's fake sun was over me in that direction. License 6WDY997. And if you're paying attention to not only the time, first of all, the sun is not going to maintain that central presence over my head while I'm both in Upland and both in Fontana, either direction that I go. But not only that, look at the time frames. You're looking at what was video captured at, I believe, 12:40, and the day before, where I was showing you when I go to Fontana, after the state kept its fake sun over me until 11:09 a.m. In direct conflict with being already, when I'm already in the city of Fontana the day before that. The next day I stay at B&G Plaza until after 11:09 a.m. where I documented the day prior, again, B800Y0, that I was already in the city of Fontana, 5G73868, and the state was stalking via Jacobs Engineering Incorporated, 5Z92585, 5PFM600. All right, I showed you this documentation while they're under the fake sun in the city of Fontana, 5XAX550. And then the next day, that's what I showed you while I remain here, and that's what I'm speaking to. Ultra personnel showing that they are the same demon-possessed stalkers and that there is no exception. The state's kept its fake sun over this address, and in conflict with that after 11 a.m., it's here at 8:19 a.m. All right, 8FAJ408, and I've already documented this before. But yesterday, 93850L1 LUNA Heart X2, all of them monitoring with the state that's stalking in a helicopter, 8RME 986. As I showed you, as I went to Upland yesterday, because what I showed after I remained at B&G Plaza up until 11:09 a.m., that's when Omnitrans decided to show up. All right, it's a stalker using a bus line, a demon-possessed one. And when Omnitrans decided to show up, after I pointed it out on my podcast. And that is a psychopath that's listening to every word and is stalking under a fake sun that is over B&G Plaza while they are increasing the frequency with which their published schedule speaks to their presence. All right. You have what is the state then following after remaining over B&G Plaza in the city of Ontario. You have what is the state then following to Fontana. And I provided all that documentation of what is going to the exact same locations at a different time, and the state maintaining that central presence over my head. And that's clearly not the sun that's here over 8 a.m. All right, at B&G Plaza, and it's going to, I guess this is, the state would be engaging in conduct suggesting that this is the sun that's over one address for a series of hours, right? Not the sun. 6 WUD 927, the same analysis for Stater Brothers. All right, I'm capturing the state's fake sun over that parking lot of the Stater Brothers as late as 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 6KCT 727. And while I arrived there at 7:57 in the morning, it's over that parking lot. That is not the sun. Not only that, it's remaining over me, and it coexists with what is not sunlight, the state's engineered light, directed light, 6AYU 546. Now, yesterday, when I go to Upland, ATTJ 490, and let me be clear, Upland is going in an entirely opposite direction of Fontana. And what did I capture? When I'm in Fontana and I'm showing you what is the city of Fontana, well, I go to the parking garage and document the demon-possessed that work and or are patrons at that Fontana Lewis Library, and I'm showing you Mariposa. These timestamps are at 1240, 1243, 6B 33325. The sex offenders get more aggressive and more directed light appears as they listen to me reveal these points that I've already published. All right, there's sex offenders that are monitoring everything that I'm saying, focused on me. That's what City of Ontario is doing right now while they're crossing paths, like I said. So as they're listening to me bring this point up, more directed light, which is never occurring anyway, is appearing on the road. That's a pattern. So like I said, yesterday, as I am at what is the Prime Wash Express in the city of Upland, whereas 24 hours earlier, I am in the city of Fontana at the Fontana Lewis Library, which does not coexist with being directly over me at the corner of Lerner at that parking garage in the city of Fontana. That is what is coexisting while I'm capturing the video of that vicious sex offender in the pickup truck that is engaging in that act of terrorism while the state was molesting my body and also simultaneously monitoring on my phone. That's what that demented conduct is the purpose of. This is why the state is stalking with light. And while I'm capturing this is at around 1240. Understand at the Fontana Lewis Library 24 hours prior to that, which would have been December 23rd is when I showed you that. I'm sorry, that was December 24th when I showed you that I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library under the fake sun at Lerner, all right, after the state kept its fake sun over B&G Plaza, all right? And this is after, again, 24 hours earlier where the state had its fake sun while over me at 1109 where I'm remaining in Ontario. The state's fake sun had already engaged in following, maintaining its central presence to the window of Omnitrans as I went to Fontana. This is the totality of that documentation that I just captured in a matter of 3 days. When you're looking at what is none other than has nothing to do with the time, because that's not the sun, it's blatant stalking with a light source, and the people of the state are stalking as well. And it is demonic, and they are demon-possessed stalkers who are monitoring with communication devices in violation of Title 18. And that's how I'm able to capture what is clearly the state's fake sun that does not coexist with maintaining that central presence, as you can see on November 24, 2021, while I'm at the Fontana Lewis Library outside of the parking garage, and I believe this is at around 12:43 p.m. And at 12:40 p.m. yesterday in the city of Upland, the state is keeping that which is not the sun central over my head while I am being battered, assaulted, accosted, if you will, molested with what is unnaturally occurring light, serving a criminal purpose for demons such as 8PSX 159, 6MOD 625, 8SHB 287, psychopaths who are stalking me, BU75R90 with Frontier Airlines. I captured that video while they're stalking, hovering under a fake sun in relevant position, hovering where there is no airport behind what is the across the street from the Golden Bear Inn, all right, across the street from the auto parts. There's no airport right there. They are engaged in relevant positioning and they are in alignment with me under what is a fake sun. That is speaking to the stalking by Frontier Airlines as I captured in video. All right, this Prime Wash documentation in the city of Upland is speaking to what the state is doing on a daily basis, what Omnitrans is engaging in, and that's a violent sex offender. Just like the group stock I'm showing you under Prime Wash, he's engaging in that sexual violence, and you're looking at it with an absolute disdain for the rights of my person. This is characteristic of the demon possessed. 7KPP 556 is going to be prosecuted for that. Omnitrans engaging in that same disdain for your physical person while they are stalking you and is a demon-possessed, demented stalker. All right. Let me be clear. Tracy Banks, license 4WON432, the same disdain for my physical person while she is molesting. The fake son is over her car that I am in. She is a part of the same exact entity, engaging in what is sexually violent, predatory conduct of a psychopath. All right. Acting as though she is not monitoring when all of that evidence is existing. That's how you're looking at and restraining and putting in federal prison violent sex offenders. And she is one who facilitates that against one who she wants to refer to as her daughter. She's not a mother. That's a psychopath. 6HUN328. She's acting in the same regard as every other demon, because this is demonic and it is criminal at the same time. No different from the demons of Omnitrans, no different from the demons inside of B&G Plaza. The same exact directed light, the same exact fake sun, the same exact stalking by plane and helicopter. All right. And that was clearly not the sun over me in Upland, California at 12:40 p.m. while I'm showing you what is the fake sun over me on November 24th while I'm outside of the parking garage of the Fontana Lewis Library. That is not the sun that maintains ubiquitous presence central over your head everywhere that you're going. That is a contrast between Upland, California and Fontana, California. And I showed you then as I entered the Fontana Lewis Library on November 24th how the state had its fake sun then over the roof of the Fontana Lewis Library, which I would not have been able to capture if that was actually the sun over me at the corner edge of the parking garage over Lerner. Not only that, that's clearly directed light that I'm showing you just appearing in that parking lot area in front of me while you're looking at what are the demons of the city of Fontana. All right, it is the direct evidence of what is demon possession. This is a demonic environment. They are stalking, know exactly who I am, and they are stalking, maintaining presence in the path, and they do the exact same predatory, terrorizing conduct in the private space, creating what is that demonic environment while they know exactly what you are doing in that private space, that which is exceeding their criminal purpose of monitoring with communication devices, because I am not pulling out any commercial communication device out of my genitalia, out of any body cavity. All right, that's a sex offender, and it is predatory while they're engaged in group surveillance. All right. And as heavy duty as the stalking is outside of the bathroom, that's exactly what is going on inside of the bathroom. And you have what is facilitation and an ongoing engagement in that same exact sexual violence by Tracy Banks for a term of years. All right. This is ongoing documentation, what she's been doing for years, unbeknownst to me. That's an exceedingly violent sex offender. All right. And it is shown and prosecuted the same for 49233S2. I just don't know that demon's name. I'm identifying them 92612X2, 6FNS314. 6CDV 795, 7FKD 290, 38959G3, I believe, 38959G3, and this demon over here, B&G Plaza, stalking in their box car under the fake sun, patrolling in and out, psychopaths listening to every syllable, 5TUW981, paper plate BM22X35. They're pathetic, and they're violent sex offenders. It is 8:42 a.m., and I want to be clear, I want to make sure I punctuate. Again, Omnitrans engaging in that sexual molestation while they are going out of their way to engage in ongoing stalking. All right. That's a commercial actor engaging in the same P.O.C. I'm going to prosecute that company. They are one, again, demonstrating every way in which that is a company that is unworthy to even exist anymore. They're not just stalking. They are violent sex offenders using that very means of interstate commerce, not only to engage in federal stalking, not criminal facilitation of that federal stalking conduct on behalf of the government and the people of the state, but they're sex offenders in doing so with knowledge of every syllable that I'm documenting. All right. Psychopath. And very, very violent sex offenders that have the same demonic issue with touching. Okay. It is, by the way, 8:43 a.m. And that is the documentation I'm going to pay attention to yesterday on Thanksgiving. The demons no less engaging in hovering, stalking conduct. The state keeping its fake sun over me throughout, and where I'm nowhere near the city of Fontana, and I would never be able to capture if that was the actual sun over me in Fontana, let alone you're talking about the ongoing conflict that exists when you're keeping a fake sun over me in the city of Ontario, but at the same time at the same time I mean 24 hours later, when I'm showing you the same exact timetable, the state is keeping that fake sun, because that's not the sun, that is remaining over me as I travel from city to city. And going in the opposite direction is in the city of Upland, inside of the Pacific Commerce Center. The state's fake sun is over me while the demon-possessed are stalking in the path, monitoring with communication devices. All right. While I am, and that is in the city of Upland, the Pacific Commerce Center, while I am at the Prime Wash Express, the fake sun is over me while I am being molested and battered with that which is directed light. The entirety of the entity is going to be prosecuted for that. The sex offender, the lily white female who was a stalker, monitoring me in a dark parking parking lot and then engaging in trying to wage a threat while she is engaging in all manner of psychopath conduct. 7 W.I.C. 932. She's going to be prosecuted for that. All right. In addition to the threat that she wants to wage because I'm documenting her. I don't care how hostile Satan is to revealing his identity as he's operating through 7YCX 317. All right. I don't care. And you're going to be prosecuted for every threat that came out of her mouth. And so she is facing what is federal prison because kidnapping is the P.O.C. and the government no longer gets to engage in that. You will go to federal prison, period. All right, that there is no obstruction of justice, whereas you're trying to stop an American citizen who is enforcing their constitutional human rights, and you want to engage in waging that threat, which is the ordinary routine pattern of conduct, by the way, threatening kidnapping, because that's all you're doing when you're monitoring with the police. ARMH 971. All you're doing is monitoring with it. So this is criminal summoning as facilitation, and it is an attempted kidnapping. The ordinary target individual who is likely to get caught up in that sort of thing and finding yourself with what are either made up charges or you don't even know you're just being arrested, they engage in literally making up anything. They'll just take you in and then they'll say, oh, I just felt like being nice. We're going to let you go. The target individual is absolutely ignorant. They don't know their rights, likely are incapable of perhaps articulating. And also, what are you dealing with? A malicious demonic entity who is not going to believe that white woman, by the way, is the one who was actually the threat, the criminal, the pervert, all right, the psychopath, the stalker, which is the reality. All right. So you are creating what is specifically crafted legislation, placing them in federal prison. Every threatening syllable coming out of their mouth in relevant position in this specific environment, which was absolutely demented, which is what I captured on video. And the state stalking on every single day since I left. Not only that night, state stalking by helicopter yesterday, the state stalking by helicopter today. All right. Under what is that same exact specific environment everywhere that I go, speaking to what that psychopath was doing while she wants to utter out of her mouth, like she's going to call the police like I'm some threat and I'm enforcing my rights. That's a psychopath. All right, you see the same psychopath personified through the conduct of one whose name I know, Tracy Banks. That's a psychopath. That is a psychopath. All right, and this entity is going to be forced to recognize the rights of the American citizen whom it is monitoring. All right, and then you are going to place into straitjackets and or federal prison accordingly based on the conduct. What's their audible activity and the way that they're conducting themselves? The United States Postal Service is right up there. 7531648. Those are psychopaths bearing uniforms of the United States Postal Service, engaging in covering the road right now in the shade in directed light. And you seeing the directed light, that's exactly what that demon engaged in. Stalking me. You know exactly who I am. You are stalking in the path, and you're doing so through that means of the United States Postal Service, a government actor. All right, that's what you're documenting, and that's going toward the prosecution of the entity. License 8KQB205, monitoring with children. All right, it is, by the way, 8:46 a.m. and another Omnitrans bus arriving. Route 61, bus number 2345, license 1545799, a sex offender that is stalking. Whether they arrive on time or arrive extra times like they also do because they're stalking with the state in a specific environment. Light activity, stalking with light under the fake sun. License plate 5KNL344. He's stalking in the parking lot. As I move, they move their vehicles, okay? That's P.O.C. All right. The demons of Omnitrans, loitering in relevant position under the fake sun. The demon of 5TUW981, sitting in her car the entire time, gets out. That's crossing path while the state is sounding helicopter activity. Okay, and BM22X35 exiting the store as I walk toward, as I engage in movement. In other words, while the state is sounding helicopter activity. By the way, the state's not going anywhere in helicopter. In the same way the state is stalking with light, the state is always present using all of those resources. This is revealing what is entirely demented in California. And you're talking about what is the expenditure of such resources for a criminal purpose, a demonic system that they use, and ordinary use with a helicopter to engage in stalking an American citizen is that which I've heavily documented. And she's sitting in her car 5TUW981 until now. I've been engaging in all of that analysis, and she's just sitting in the parking lot. Okay, just like Omnitrans, just sitting around on buses and arriving at the bus stop to stalk in the path. Understand these are demons engaging in that terrorism together with the state that's stalking in helicopter. It's at 8:48 a.m. All right, I want to document 7TQT803 and City of Ontario, and I'm showing you literally as I move from one corner of the building to the other, you're looking at what is the fake sun and a new position. That's the hovering stalking conduct of the people personified through the light. And this is City of Ontario, who's approaching under the fake sun. This is the third party group stalker. Both of them are molesting. As I publish my podcast at around 8:56 a.m., a group stalker enters the B&G Plaza, and this is molestation with light. That third party who you see stalking in the path under the fake sun in directed light operation of his communication device. The same with City of Ontario that is crossing the path. They are engaging in that molestation together, and this is, again, specific knowledge of who I am and where I am and what I'm doing as I publish my podcast. Again, that molestation with that which is unnaturally occurring while I'm standing under the structure of the Shiro's Liquor in front of the store. All right, so I want to document those third parties. This is just the people of the state, they're demons, and this is the state system. So you have one that just drives through the parking lot, and that is the molestation of my person with light. And that's a state actor, City of Ontario, and that's a third party sitting in his vehicle, stalking in the path in the same exact environment, monitoring with communication devices. It's 8:58 a.m. I just wanted to document that ongoing sexual violence while they are monitoring with communication devices. This is P.O.C. All right, demons having a little demonic fest with directed light all over the place while they're stalking. 584 SK, that's a handicap license plate of that entire group that are patrolling on Hope Boulevard. They're psychopaths, just demons just crossing path. 6XOA 663. In City of Ontario, loitering in relevant position. FedEx, I'm sorry, that's not FedEx, that's RAC. RAC, which I'm not sure what the acronym for. I want to say something with carpet cleaning, but they're crossing paths, and so is Ontario Police at Sultana, and they turn on their police lights the moment that I look in that direction. That's a demon-possessed stalker. Knows exactly what I'm doing and what I'm saying, and let me be clear: the demons are doing the exact same surveillance and have that same knowledge. It's not a coincidence in the private space. Okay, it's demonic activity that they engage in while they create that environment and engage in stalking inside of the bathroom. And like I also showed again, you're looking at what is just a strip of impossible light. This is light that is literally impossible. That's why I've called it that. Light is never going to manifest inside of the depths of that Stater Brothers on the ceiling, and let alone dynamic light. And that's a pattern. I've shown you this inside of Country Village apartments, inside of the office. I showed you this while I am inside of the venue of Woodside Senior Apartments. I have shown this inside of the Economy Inn venue. This is light that's just plastered above, and it's dynamic light. I've shown you this dynamic light that's inside of the Motel 6 off of Vineyard in Ontario. License 6WHM203, 6XOT217. That's City of Ontario. That's being a stalker in a municipality vehicle under the fake sun at B&G at the venue, the one that I took a picture of. He's just carrying around a dumpster, stalking with the Ontario police who are going around the perimeter, and you've got a festival of lights where demons are crossing path, and City of Ontario is monitoring in relevant position, creating ongoing crashing dumpster sounds, okay? This is the one I took a picture of while he's crossing path in the parking lot, and the fake sun is directly over me, which is speaking to what is a demon-possessed stalker that just nothing but works for the municipality, which is the identification of another government actor. That's it. As in Burtek, a third-party actor, under the fake sun, all right? As in 6DGJ640, all right? A demon directed light all over the walls while they're driving in the parking lot. A demon. 70284H1, Burtek. 5KUN 395, 7EOS 751, demons, all of them. 6KDT322, all of them together stalking one person. All right, what is the explanation for? Not that the target individual owes it, okay, but I am one that is revealing the system, and it's also providing what is the ways in which you can prosecute absolutely demented criminal activity by a government, which is engaging in what is demonic and demented and predatory conduct as it is monitoring American citizens. And this is demonic activity. All right, these are literally demons that are together targeting one person. And that is where that depravity comes from. That's where that demented environment, 8SSK463, is inspired by. All right, that is where you have that conduct that they are engaged in as they systematically engage in light activity and relevant positioning. Demons that are focused on you and focused on keeping presence around you. This is in the spiritual realm with regard to what they are doing. These are the demon possessed that are engaging in conduct akin to what are demons. All right, you cannot see the demon on their person. All right, this is that which is a matter of discernment, and it's also that which you can, as I've shown you, you can, if you will, see it through their conduct. And this is the pattern of conduct, and it is demonic activity, and it is egregious criminal activity, but it's not just the people, it's the government acting through the people as the state of California is practicing demonic activities. So this is the depraved government. This is a depraved people who are engaging in criminal activity. All right. It is in violation of Title 18. Title 18, Section 2261A, subsections 1 and 2, 8 MEJ 167. The entities issue with molesting with that which is unnaturally occurring, which is demonic, directed light, FNKTA, you can prosecute for that. The entity's engagement with 8TYJ200 with amplification of audible activity, which is unnaturally occurring pursuant to a demonic behavioral pattern, demons who are stalking around you and stalking you with noise and or light while they are remaining around you. You can prosecute for that. It's a method of terrorism. All right. 8FNW065, demons who are 8PYF937, demons who are maintaining that corporate presence all around you while they are in that demented environment that is following you where you go. This is what is the value of the cumulative documentation of stalking with that which is clearly not the sun. All right. While you are also monitoring the documentation, this is the entity that is terrorism. All right. And then engaging in what is purely sexually motivated predatory conduct, that which even exceeds their criminal system. And this is where you're getting to what is the mere depravity of the demon possessed, that are engaging in that sexually motivated surveillance conduct. Okay. Understand Title 18, criminal activities underway. And they are engaging in that same hovering, stalking kind of corporate knowledge of what you're doing as you are doing it inside of that private space. That same system, that same terrorism is following into the bathroom. And that's terrorism, and that is also a very exceedingly violent sex offender, one that is unfathomable, all right? One that has never been legislated upon, if you will. And this is what is speaking to not only Title 18 for beginning, understand that it's a violation of existing federal law, which the people of the state are going to be prosecuted under, but it's going to go further because Title 18 does not go far enough. LYLAJK. The entity that is monitoring is not just monitoring, it is a demon-possessed entity engaging in what is terrorism, as it were, in the United States of America while they're monitoring American citizens. And it is a demonic system where the government is monitoring. Understand that this is rooted from what is satanic. So the government's not just merely engaging in monitoring American citizens for criminal funsies. This is a satanic system in operation. 6SYN872. Speaking to the state of that government, speaking to the state and the condition of that people. It's demonic where it is underway. That's the Ontario Fire Department, directed light, audible activity, sirens, demon possessed. Okay, 122-1113. In the same way, the Ontario Police Department using their lights while they're crossing path at that same street. Let me be clear, state facilitating venue of the Ontario Fire Department is in relevant position. Where the state is flying over by helicopter, let me be clear, the Ontario Fire Department is monitoring with that entity that was flying over the Ontario Town Square townhomes, which are right here behind the Ontario Town Square townhomes. The Ontario Police Department using their lights under the same exact environment. They're all demons, and this system is revealing that which is speaking of a depraved and a demonically inspired government, okay? And this is why you spend such resources on stalking American citizens with a helicopter. That's a demon-possessed stalker flying in circles over me, following where I go in a helicopter. 8YRT972. It's not just criminal. And that is the terrorism in the United States of America while the government practices this demonic targeting system. 18850E3, I believe. It is 9:18 a.m. and this is ongoing monitoring while demons are stalking. Understand everything that I have pointed out about the P.O.C. That which is directed light, that which is the fake sun, is speaking to the specific stalking activity of an entity. The people of the state are demon possessed, and these are demons who know exactly where I am, who I am, and engaging in that identical conduct. Not only are they in that environment that is speaking to your knowledge of who I am, it's occurring with simultaneity to your crossing path, which is the group stalking. That is the stalker that knows who I am. You are indeed stalking, and you're stalking with the state. It's not only that, you're talking about what is the demonic behavioral pattern of those who are indeed demon possessed. 0795OD2. Deport that demon if it's not an American citizen. You have what is the demonic behavioral pattern, which is not only presence in that demented environment, speaking to your knowledge of who I am, your presence there, your demonic behavioral pattern of stalking with any matter of noise activity and or light activity, your demonic behavioral pattern of maintaining presence all around me, making sure that light is always present. All right. That's the people of the state. They are fully engaged in that, and they are identified as the stalkers, as I already sought to establish. All right. 8DHL569, and that is the state also speaking to what is the stalking conduct of the people. 7WTB244, as the state is stalking by a helicopter focused on me. License plate 8YKF305. License plate. Monitoring with children engaging in terrorism, 8KNJ258. Understand, I'm going to prosecute them, and you're listening to the helicopter activity. engaging in ongoing molestation and terrorism with directed light, terrorism and molestation under a fake sun, terrorism and stalking with the police department, the fire department, and by helicopter. I'm going to prosecute those third parties as they are engaging in that state's criminal system, stalking another American citizen, engaging in sexually violating me while doing so, and doing it while they're with their children, okay? Engaging in other words, exposing such children to that dangerous environment, because that's what it is. When the government's monitoring American citizens, that is no child play. All right, that's no small thing, and it is also inherently sexually violent and terror and acts of terrorism. And you want to do that while you're incorporating your kids into that criminal activity, and you're doing so with knowledge that you're being documented, showing a determination to do so. Not only threatening the life and sexually violating the American citizen that you're monitoring, you're doing it with your children and also mutually exposing them to danger. So you're talking about what is, first of all, a demon-possessed stalker demonstrating an unworthiness, an unfit status to be in that parental status or over those third-party children, all right, that they are engaging in the P.O.C. with, and this is the state engaging in this public corruption in plain sight, all right, thinking they can engage in this criminal activity. You're going to prosecute for that because you're breaking all of that down, all right? You're not going to engage in a robbery with your kids in the back seat, and you're certainly not going to want to engage in monitoring American citizens and terrorizing them with your kids in the back seat. License plate 7KAX 784, and that's exactly why I document the ways in which the entity engages in P.O.C. 05704W1, and while the entity is terrorizing with a helicopter and molesting with directed light and a fake sun over my head, those third parties, all right, much like third parties that I continue to document, because they do the same thing inside of facilitating venues such as the library, using the minions, the little babies, while they're crossing path in directed light, and then do so more so as they listen to me document such conduct. Those are demons, and I'm going to prosecute venues and third parties accordingly. All right, you're engaging the criminal conduct with those under the age of 18. That is relevant to what is delinquency, and no delinquency with regard to any ordinary criminal conduct. This is delinquency with regard to a government engaging in terrorism and sexual violence. That's going to have federal repercussions. All right, and that's how that third party is going to be prosecuted. The Sheriff's Department patrolling, crossing path again because they want attention, 1500464. All right, those are the same kidnappers crossing path under a fake sun, the demon-possessed law enforcement agency. Monitoring with 2351, that's Omnitrans bus headed westbound. It is currently, by the way, 9:22 a.m. and that is P.O.C. All right, Omnitrans, third party, acting on behalf of the people, stalking with activity, using its arrival at this bus stop at B&G Plaza to stalk with activity and molest with directed light. They're monitoring with communication devices. And this is as I use my cell phone and log off of the internet. Omnitrans immediately arrives, and you have what is directed light touching my person. 1302446, that's bus number 1361, at what is 9:28 a.m. This is the pattern of conduct, and Omnitrans doesn't have any form whatsoever. Arriving before or after their published time route is absolutely no form. They are under the fake sun and engaging in the same exact demonic behavioral pattern of stalking with activity. These are demons that are using their logo for purposes of engagement in that criminal element on behalf of a state, all right, and engage in concert with the people of the state, all of whom are surrounding in that specific environment, and that is P.O.C, the ongoing sexual violence by Omnitrans. Again, that's license plate 1302446 at the B&G Plaza bus stop where the state's fake sun is remaining. It's 9:29 a.m. All right, directed light while demon drives westbound. That is City of Ontario. That's light, and you've seen the directed light. Just for example, the latest one I showed you sprawling all the way across the street while they are in motion. Those are demons of the City of Ontario. The demons of Omnitrans know exactly who I am and are stalking. All right, that's why you have what is impossible light touching my person, including the Sheriff's Department, 128-1388. All right, monitoring with 6LGY440, demons. 8WFN632, demons, monitoring what I'm doing on my phone and engaging in what is a terrorizing threat while the demon-possessed agency, the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, very disturbed, absolutely owned by Satan, monitoring American citizens. 37552G3. You have a demon driving a construction vehicle that is likely City of Ontario. 8UBY430. That's audible activity while they cross path in a CAT, C-A-T, construction vehicle. All right, you can prosecute CAT for that. That is light activity in concert with Omnitrans. Again, that's 1302466, a demon using that bus to stalk with activity. 7KDL929, 8UKS, I can't really see that one. That was City of Ontario. The construction vehicle you will use to identify it, that's a demon using that construction vehicle, exposing that company to prosecution. While the demon possessed in the state of California use such commercial logos, that's exactly what Omnitrans is doing to engage in criminal conduct. Those companies will be a means of identifying and prosecuting an entity. And you have what is a demon possessed stalker using a cat construction vehicle, driving on the roads and the highways like it's a car, using the hazards on it for crossing a path, and you heard loud noise. That was the demonic pattern of getting in direct alignment with me, the creation of noise while they're using that vehicle as hazard lights. Okay, the Sheriff's Department crossing path monitoring to that, the Omnitrans loitering in relevant position monitoring to that, the demons who are stalking at the bus stop under the fake sun around me monitoring to that, the B&G Plaza loitering in relevant position under the fake sun monitoring to that, and the demons crossing path on Hope Boulevard and patrolling around monitoring to that. All right, CAT, we're going to document that. BF 00120-8LJF 489, 8DTU 089, I believe, 4LKA 700. All right, and these are stalkers engaging in ongoing molestation and assaults and battery with directed light. That's literally what they are doing. And you know exactly who I am while that impossible occurrence is repeatedly ongoing while you are not coincidentally in the path. That's exactly what I'm showing you when I go inside of what is a quote-unquote new location. Not that I have to. It occurring at the same location is equally impossible to occur not only once, but yet again. And so when I went to Upland and I showed you what is directed light while I'm inside of a Carl's Jr., that which is entirely impossible to occur while the people of the state were crossing path. They know exactly who I am. They are stalking together with the government, engaging in what is demonic activity, monitoring with communication devices. These are stalkers as I'm documenting, and that includes Ontario Police, that includes the City of Ontario, that includes Omnitrans. While I've documented there are tons of times of engaging and molesting my person with that which is unnaturally occurring, impossible to naturally occur. Right? You're intentionally engaging in that conduct while you're intentionally present, and you're doing so in concert with a government that's practicing satanic activity. That's a stalker. 8THX067, and that is revealing how you are prosecuting the stalkers that are the people of the state in whatever state that you're in. All right, and that is the significance of understanding what is that environment that's unnaturally surrounding you and following where you go. And that is that which is not impossible, which is to prosecute a people that is engaging in stalking on behalf of the government. 6227OC3, 8WUT182, 577VOO or VDO. That's an out-of-state plate. All right, and that is the same for demons walking by you on the sidewalk under the fake sun and directed light, demons sitting by you under the fake sun and directed light, and the state's directed light is day and night. This is stalking by an entire entity, terrorism in the United States. 7UXA061, U709LM, 6YGG156, license plate. Let's see. LKM 9475, but I can't really see that. That looked like Texas, but I can't really see it that clearly. 8STX 316 6X13590 62928. I'm sorry, 62928H1, I believe. And, oh, by the way, they're monitoring, studying their communication device. They're monitoring, heavy-duty monitoring. Stalking, you're clearly stalking. You're in an environment that is revealing you to be the stalker that you are. And there is no exception to that. I've shown you what is the environment and understanding how you are going to choke the life out of a system where the people are stalking maliciously. They're demons, thinking that they can never be prosecuted and identified as such. Not only identified as demons, demon-possessed ones, but stalkers, thinking that you can, as an entity, do this and never be identified. All right, this is showing that that's an absolute lie and a false premise that the system relies on, and to the very, very tragic detriment of the people. It's a matter of justice. 8WYV512, and demon-possessed stalkers monitoring, terrorizing, stalking with minor children in the backseat. 7YYL356, that is including those children in that terrorizing, sexually violent pattern of conduct with the government. That's what that is. 8SZG560, 8BGZ160, 8XDJ154. And it is 9:35 a.m. Union Pacific engaging in the P.O.C. as I've documented historically. They're going to be prosecuted for that. You see how what is an environment, and that is part of the environment. And that is an ongoing P.O.C. as the state uses commercial means to engage in stalking and terrorism. License plate 5JRS260. That is bus 1266, by the way, or 1268, loitering at Lemon and Holt. Those are demons in relevant position under a fake sun and directed light, monitoring in concert with the demons whose license plates I'm reading. Omnitrans remains in relevant position. 8WDS 726. 7B23314. It's 9:36 a.m. Demons 7JNL194. Touching with directed light, stalking. Just an army of minions. License plate. They're all driving what is westbound on Holt Boulevard, approaching the cameras of Plum and Holt, approaching the cameras of Omnitrans, approaching the cameras of Euclid and Holt. They're all stalkers. And that's why you have that environment. And that's what I sought to reveal as you're documenting that, which is a real system by the government. 7XAJ256. 8JLH080, 8XVY711, 8GJH633, 8EOM510, 6MGY388, 8UKL140, 7 LLT493, and it is the same thing with, it's not just the people that I'm going to prosecute, it's the venues of the people, every commercial business establishment. They're all going to be prosecuted. You're talking about the same exact pattern of conduct inside of a building, that's it, and I'm going to prosecute it. And that the same exact documentation is going to accomplish that. 6JLH395, paper BD26L96. Because you're looking at the same exact thing. That presence of that directed light is because you know exactly who I am, and you are not present in any professional or personal capacity, any exercise of First Amendment rights. This is a venue. In other words, you are vicariously present on behalf of the state who is stalking. You are therefore stalking while you're at work in relevant position in the state's environment. And you know exactly who I am. That's why the environment is present. You are therefore a stalker and engaging in sexual violence and surveillance and federal stalking in concert with the government. That's exactly how that prosecution is going to go, because that's exactly why that environment is present. And it is an environment that is absolutely unnatural, hence absolutely intentional, serving that ongoing stalking and terrorizing purpose by the state of California. All of them engaging in what is demonic activity. It is 9:38 a.m. AW38B19, paper plate, loitering at B&G Plaza. That demon swipes right to turn out of the parking lot, directed light all over the B&G Plaza walls. That's a psychopath, okay? A violent sex offender. That's a Dodge truck, pickup truck, leaving the venue of B&G Plaza at 9:38 a.m. 6NTW849, 8YKF0. I can't really see that one. Can't see that clearly. All right, just one stalker after another. 75865A3. 7U56192. 7EBG4Z2. 6GUC352. HWR, I can't really see that one. 8DGM814. 8SPV044. 8EZP646. 7LVB311. And understand, because this is going to those who are going to federal prison, specifically the sheriff's department, the system that they're engaging in, the knowledge that they have, and what they are doing. You're clearly stalking. And understand that same exact environment, that same exact analysis is applying to the law enforcement agencies, the fire departments. There's no changing in that analysis. 4936763. So what is the fake sun and directed light revealing about the agencies as they are using their sirens and using those emergency vehicles? It's revealing what is demon possession, what is no less than the same exact stalking, revealing what is that dangerous psychopath that I have been revealing to you. So you are looking at what is the big picture, that which I have constantly said. I've already documented this. This is what I mean, because I've already shown it to you. So now what you're looking at is an ongoing pattern of conduct, revealing what is literal stalking. That is what directed light tells you. You know exactly who I am. You know exactly who I am, and you are intentionally present, stalking together as one, including FedEx. All right? You have what is that deliberate engagement in that conduct with knowledge based on the nature of the crime of monitoring and demonic activity, corporate knowledge of everything that I'm saying, pursuant to that demonic behavioral pattern. You're going to prosecute for everything that they are doing pursuant to all of that, showing what is the danger that is posed by society by such companies, and those who are going to be stripped out of those positions and disbanded as law enforcement agencies. That's a matter of justice, while they're stalking and kidnapping and monitoring with the people of the state. 6U26628. Oh yeah, 4TGJ 229. That's exactly what that reveals. 8EHV 98. I can't really see that. All right, but the demons of the Ontario Fire Department crossing paths again under a fake sun and indirected light. It's the same exact conduct, and I've shown you this tons of times. Reaching over toward me, 1223113. It's no different from UPS versus the Ontario Fire Department. Or the Upland Fire Department. I showed you that same light activity. Reaching out toward me, those demons are focused on me. All right? They pose a danger to society. And they have engaged in kidnapping. It is a matter of justice not only that they go to federal prison, but you're talking about removal, absolute, abrupt snatching from those positions they have no business in. That is why, that is the significance of revealing public corruption and criminal conduct by a public entity that is not just engaging in criminal conduct. This is no ordinary criminal conduct. This is demonic activity in the state of California by a government, by a people. All right, and 8UWW984, let me point out the demonic pattern that you just witnessed again. As Satan listens to me speak of it, you have what is an actor cross path. That is the fire department listening to me document and speak to the policy that's going to be enforced against it. Not a coincidence. It's also not a coincidence when you're under a fake sun and while directed light is reaching across the street toward me, speaking to those demons' focus, which is me. You're a stalker. License plate 49443X2. 62949X2, 8TEN757, 6EQY897. Satan loses, and Satan is losing all of the positions that it owns. It owns the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. Satan owns that. Satan owns the Ontario Police Department. All right. Satan owns the Upland Police Department. Satan owns the Fontana Police Department. All right. This is regardless of any understand cross that they're hanging from their windshield. I'm sorry, when the mirror from your in front of your windshield when you're driving, you can hang any sort of decoration you want, bearing some cross saying God bless you, going to a venue under a fake sun that you call a church. They're called religious minions. They're monitoring. They're demons that are monitoring. And it is indiscriminate. Regardless of whatever sort of however you want to decorate yourself or whatever title you want to cling to. I want to be clear, that which Satan owns is that which is depraved. It is defiled. And it is engaging in criminal conduct, all right? This isn't any attack of some religious right. This is speaking to what is criminal conduct in the state of California by the government, all right? And the significance of the fact that Satan owns it while it's engaging in criminal conduct, it's relevant to what is terrorism, because those demons like to stalk in a demonic environment, terrorizing an American citizen that it is monitoring in violation of Title 18. They like to sexually violate that American citizen, including Bell Cab Company, 8LWG 102. Birthday. We already documented them. They're just demons that are crossing paths and they're stalking. All right? That's what the significance of documenting that Satan owns Primary Care as a company. Satan owns Omnitrans as a company. Satan owns Dietz Towing as a company. All right? That are engaging in such conduct against American citizens. It's prosecuted as terrorism. All right, the government is not exercising any First Amendment rights while it's operating this criminal system, that it is acting vicariously in concert with by the people of the state. None of them are exercising any religious rights. It doesn't exist. You're prosecuting the government for engaging in that criminal system and thinking it can do so through the people of the state that are supposed to be presumed to be operating under their First Amendment rights, and they're not. They're operating on behalf of the government. It is the absence of any First Amendment rights. You're prosecuting the government. You're getting past what is the veil. The people of the state, all of them demon-possessed together. All right, and having no right to stalk in concert on behalf of the government, no right to maintain presence, create audible activity, create light activity in concert and on behalf of that government that's operating that pattern of conduct of federal stalking. You don't have any such First Amendment rights. And that's exactly what the government is doing. All right, it is currently 9:45 a.m. That's the same analysis for every commercial actor. All right, for every government actor, they represent the state directly. All right, and you are engaging in that state's criminal system, and it is the criminalization of whatever it is that you thought you could do in relevant position, it's the criminalization of all of that, because you're not doing it in your own individual capacity. It's not ordinary driving by. It's not ordinary presence in the apartment next to you or the house across the street from you. It's not ordinary presence at your job in the bank when the American citizen that's being monitored enters in. None of that is ordinary presence. It's vicarious presence. It is criminal, whatever it is that you're doing. Okay? So that's the prosecution of that entire entity. And they are psychopath, sex offending, demon possessed stalkers, 8FEA 350. That is their true condition. And the pattern of conduct is exactly what reveals that, and nothing less. Nothing less. You are entirely demented engaging in this conduct inside of a bathroom while you're maintaining corporate knowledge of what that targeted individual is doing. You are entirely demented and out of your cotton picking mind when you're talking about stalking with a light source that is not the sun. That's going to be the embarrassment of the government in state California. All right, and every third party that's been, you are out of your mind while you're stalking with that which is unnaturally occurring. This light conduct is revealing the psychopaths that surround. They're going to be embarrassed, not only prosecuted, but embarrassed. 8CYB 177. You are out of your mind. That's exactly what that shows. 82844B3. But not out of their mind, that removes criminal responsibility. These are psychopaths that are focused. 8JUZ023. Obsessed. Obsessed. Okay, that's a dangerous psychopath. A very dangerous psychopath representing the government. 68361N1. 68WW265. 8ELN 652. 1877D handicap. 8PPB 618. CLB 7413. 7W14015. 6PFN 890, I believe. I can't really see the 8WEF 236. 8YLP 616. You are literally out of your mind stalking using a bus to do so. A demon using the functions of a bus, the arrival at a bus pursuant to operation of a business in order to stalk somebody. 7XXD030 in order to engage in molesting the person of that person the person of that American citizen that you are stalking. You are stalking in this under all the same facts, and it's a demon using a bus. I'm sorry, that's incredible in and of itself. And that's exactly what I've documented them doing day in and day out. Omnitrans. It's the same thing with Metrolink. It's the same thing with Union Pacific. All right? You're talking about that which is speaking to a very dangerous psychopath and its demonic conduct in the state of California by a government and a people. Monitoring one who is showing you what I already showed you. And all I'm doing is telling you what I already told you. And you're looking at the evidence showing you what I showed you. And now I'm telling you again what I already told you. You're a stalker in direct light. You're a stalker under a fake sun. You're a stalker in amplified audible activity. You're a stalker present on behalf of the government that is engaging in that pattern of conduct of heavy-duty stalking, which is also already established. Here comes 7MOL972 and the group stalkers of Omnitrans license 1545797, bus number 2341. Sex offender. P.O.C. License plate 8ROH621. License 8STC716. 9:48 a.m. Carlitos D, California 383179, stalking at B&G Plaza, license 7P78772. 887KM handicap, 7ZIA 851. License MGR 8857, that's Texas. 6YXW 710. It's 9:49 a.m. Omnitrans, a demon-possessed stalker, loitering in relevant position, while a demon-possessed stalker inside of the B&G Plaza. This is so sad. You already know Omnitrans is a stalker. That's why the fake sun remains in my window on that bus. And it's not moving anywhere. It's remaining at B&G Plaza because I'm here. That's how you know Omnitrans is a stalker. But Omnitrans license 1545797, monitoring while the demon pulls behind inside of the parking lot of B&G Plaza and directed light sprawls all over the building. This criminal, this demon, monitoring with the demons of Omnitrans, 7BAR418. They are demons that are monitoring together, okay? Under a fake sun and indirected light. Stalking. That's P.O.C. And that's a demon sitting on that bus of Omnitrans listening to everything that I'm saying. I'm going to prosecute them for that. They're sickos. 7GEK018, 4JEG405, Vertec, cross the path again. License 8NCU 326, 34456K2. License plate 7NFK186 22144A2. It is 9:51 a.m. YFH121 8WEZ544. KPM 162. It's 9:52 a.m. These demons stalking. 4Gen logistics. Monitoring with the demons that are walking by, with the demons that are driving by, and the demons that are engaged in surveillance. I've showed you as they stalk behind me in the parking lot, and the fake sun is over their car. That's what Omnitrans is engaged in. And you already know Omnitrans is heavily documented as a stalker, while the fake sun is through the window of their bus. While I am driving, first of all, toward what is Fontana, yesterday in Upland, the state's fake sun is over me at that opposite direction. Understand that time frame? I am going toward Fontana on the Omnitrans bus while I'm documenting the fake sun over me in the city of Upland. Omnitrans is going, by my intention, is to disintegrate such companies. They are psychopaths posing a danger while they're trying to make a buck. Monitoring with 8YTA345, the very same exact demon-possessed psychopath operating through a company. 6Z91766, 8JZG272. All right, when you have psychopaths that are surrounding you, a carnival of lights behind me, a molestation of light by that actor, Omnitrans, that's a psychopath and a sex offender that is stalking. 6KUS860. All right, and they're psychopaths together. And let me be clear whether you understand what a psychopath is. A psychopath is one that, first of all, is showing an unnatural determination to engage in that which it knows is unacceptable, is wrong, derives pleasure from it. Let me be clear. This is all demonic. This is a demonic characteristic. All right, this is what they are engaged in. This is demonic activity, but I'm also letting you know what is conduct of psychopaths. Thinking also that they wouldn't be able to engage in such conduct in the bold fashion that they do. It's public corruption in plain sight. All right, and you're talking about continuously engaging in that system with knowledge that the fact that it has been identified and that it is being prepared for what is a prosecution. In other words, an American citizen that's going to exercise their rights and prosecute it, expose it. All right, in a court of law. 7XF 550, I believe, substantially similar, in a court of law, because I've already exposed it on the internet. You're talking about that which is of a psychopath while I am documenting day in and day out the ongoing POC, and you're remembering what they already know, everything that they know while they're engaging in what is entirely freaky, weird conduct, showing you to be demented, all right? 6MGY308. All of this are the telltale signs of psychopaths. They already know this is what public corruption is about. This is what the Ontario Police Department know, that they're not supposed to be monitoring American citizens. The Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court knows that they're not supposed to be engaging in fictitious prosecutions, making up information. All right, in order to try to engage in, because that's kidnapping, okay? First of all, that's kidnapping in and of itself, making up a case. But second of all, you're monitoring American citizens. That's why you're kidnapping and making up a criminal case that doesn't actually exist. All right, that's kidnapping. Those are the demon possessed. That's a psychopath. That is what is operating in every single last one, and that is what I am showing you. While you have what is a carnival of lights behind me, being molested by that carnival of lights while you drive by me, those are psychopaths and sexually violent ones who want to touch you in that unnatural environment. Okay, they're in their element, they're demons, and they're psychopaths. I just want to be clear, when I'm using psychopath, I mean that. I am not just thinking of some sort of term to describe the weird. All right, that is Golden Bear Towing, crossing path, FedEx. And this is what are the businesses, the commercial actors and their businesses in California. This is what they're up to, okay? 71027P1. So dragging your business in the state of California. If your group stalking American citizens, you don't want to be associated with it. I would suggest pulling your business out of California. I don't know how you would. That's really not the target individual's concern. You're just going to prosecute because the government is using those commercial brands, and they're not going to be sheltered from being prosecuted as such. Engagement in the P.O.C. because that's exactly what the people engage in. That's the malice with which the demon-possessed engage in this monitoring system. It's the practicing of demonic conduct, and they're just engaging in it with the brand name of FedEx on it or Omnitrans on the vehicle that you're stalking in. All right, 6L55493. You're going to be prosecuted for that. Satan's not hiding behind that brand. Satan's going to be exposed as owning that brand. 8JLHH046. I can't really see that one. All right, but they're all stalking Rockview. Monitoring crossing path under, and that was FedEx as well, crossing path while I'm speaking about using it as an example, all of whom I've documented in specific video documentation. You're looking at what is the molestation of my body under what is the fake sun that is over my head while they are engaging in what is crossing path. It's the exact same stalking conduct. FedEx knows exactly who I am. All right. This is the same thing I've documented with Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime knows exactly who I am. They are demons that are stalking, 8FSX942, and then engaging in touching, and touching in a manner that is simultaneous with your presence. That's what group stalking is, while they're monitoring with communication devices and touching with what is unnaturally occurring light. Not only is this the state's engineered light, it is light that is not naturally occurring. Under no circumstances ever is driving under the actual sun, resulting in what I've shown you is that light activity, showing that you are a stalker and you know exactly who I am, and you are present for that criminal and sexually violent purpose, which is also terrorism. All right, and this is how those company actors are engaging in it. All right, and you are indeed a stalker. That's why that environment is present. That's why that's happening. It is the conduct of a psychopath, by the way. 9:57 a.m. Bus 1325, Omnitrans loitering at Lemon and Halt. 8. I can't really see that one. 5U IG 744 7G W. I can't really see that one. 6B49853, 8E70187, 7SJB995, 11657D3, 7BAR418, the demon-possessed stalker that was monitoring, engaging in surveillance with Omnitrans, directed light across the B&G Plaza, the storefront of the Metro 102 of the Ultra personnel, while that demon enters the parking lot and drives into the parking space behind me under the fake sun. After, let me get this one, 8VVX644, after Omnitrans molests with directed light while driving past me at the to loiter in relevant position under the fake sun and monitor to the ongoing presence of directed light while third parties patrol. All right, it's criminal conduct by demons who are surrounding. They're acting together. It is currently, by the way, 9:59 a.m. where you're hearing the state hovering over, just like you saw yesterday at Frontier Airlines, hovering under a fake sun, and the state's fake sun is over me here, hovering in commercial airline planes. That's the prosecution of the people. License 4 HHH H43. For VCF016. It's 9:59 a.m. P1. Bell cab crossing path again. Vehicle 175. Ontario Town Square townhomes engaging in the P.O.C. while the state is terrorizing and stalking a helicopter over that community, and also as those third parties of that community are in relevant position on Hope Boulevard under the same exact fake sun and under the same exact directed light. Listen, it is currently 10 a.m. on the dot. Fake sun remaining over B&G Plaza. License 7LMK365 93041R2, I believe. 6WXL123. 8YWG135, 8YJZ545, 22646U1 Bell Cab, 4783. I can't really see that one. 6RKZ756 14363J1 touching with directed light. That's a stalker. 7AWY177. That's a stalker under the fake sun with a plane. 7PJB100 directed light. It's the same thing. They're all stalkers. It's impossible light activity. Under a fake sun. 7ROE322. The people of the state know exactly who I am, and they are stalking all together. 4CGB854. And that's what's called a state system. I can't really see that one. That's an Arizona plate. And that is disgustingly and disturbingly depraved conduct. Okay, 8SCK729, and this is called the malice with which the demon possessed. All right, it's malice that the people of the state engage in P.O.C. All right, directed light sprawling across me. You're focused on me. You're stalking me, and you're also under a fake sun. And then the demon possessed, the malice, 6WHE211. As you catch that. Very incriminating. That's direct evidence, and there's no argument for that. That's impossible. In other words, this is demonic activity that I'm documenting. 8SBL403, demonic activity that's serving a criminal purpose. All right, but it's also terrorism. That's that criminal purpose as well. That's capturing that, and you're looking at what is a psychopath. This is the malice with which the people of the state monitor and stalk you. In directed light, acting like it's not happening, like it's not there. That's what I showed you inside of Carl's Jr. as well. Those psychopaths, stalkers, all right, acting like it's not happening. All right, even if that's a demented mindset, a very, very demented. And understand that's the nature of what Satan is, entirely demented and obsessed and exceedingly hostile. And you prosecute for all of those attitudes as it comes out in criminal conduct. That's what the helicopter activity is, and I'm going to prosecute every third party that I'm documenting because they're terrorizing with the state, engaging in that act as I document it. 7LMF840. That is Satan engaging in its own intensification of its prosecution that it's not going to avoid. It is, by the way, 10:03 a.m. Like I showed you yesterday in video, 10 a.m. I'm remaining at 320 West G Street, where the state is aiming its fake sun through the vents. I'm showing you it's directly over the car, aiming directed light. I'm at B&G Plaza, 6XNA915, well before 10 a.m. by the way. I'm at the Stater Brothers, well before 10 a.m. And you have what is the state keeping its fake sun yesterday on November 25th, 2021, as I showed you. Following to that venue of Stater Brothers where they were engaging in sexual violence, demons that happened to work at that venue under the fake sun and in directed light, which is also on the ceiling inside of that building. Absolutely impossible. Speaking to what are demons that surround, that are monitoring you, engaging in surveillance in the private space. 7RXF663. All of this is before 10 o'clock in the morning, which is in conflict with what I showed you yesterday. I'm remaining at 320, the Tabora Professional building, where I'm inside of the vehicle where this entity that is stalking knows exactly where I am. And that's how you have that, which is not the sun, remaining at 10 a.m. over the vehicle at 320 West G Street, but at 8 something in the morning, 7:57 to be exact, as I arrive at 646 West Holt. The state's fake sun is not possibly over any vehicle at the address of 320 West G Street. It is clearly over the Stater Brothers parking lot, as I've already demonstrated. I'm showing you this while the demon in the black SUV next to me is studying his communication device, and the fake sun is right there over the car as I'm aiming it out the window. All right, that's clearly not the sun, and that's stalking with light. That's demonic. All right, and that's the identification of a stalker. In the same way that directed light inside of that venue, that's identification of Stater Brothers as a stalker on behalf of a government. It's a venue. That's how you're going to prosecute. All right, and like I said, it's 10 o'clock right now, 10:04 to be exact, 10:04 a.m. And the state's fake sun is at 320 West G Street just yesterday. And that's in conflict with documentation that has already been published of what is an entity stalking with light, that which is not the sun. All right, license plate 8EBH 232. They are not only revealing their condition of demon possession, which is speaking to the ways in which they shall be prosecuted and punished, their condition, and the dangers they pose, 23368Y2, but also 6DOE781, that they're stalkers. 8PXU 175, 56586L1, 8LR8090, 4YWC07, can't see the rest of it. All right, 6CYZ402. 845VJ handicap, 7UVL439. Alrighty, it is mutually revealing that. First of all, this is demon possession. All right, and that's what that conduct of this stalking under a light source, you're present, that's the demonstration of demon possession, and that is how it is terrorism as law enforcement engages in that demonstration of that, terrorizing an American citizen. And you are law enforcement, you're supposed to be the government itself, you're engaging in criminal conduct, and you are a demon-possessed criminal who is stalking an American citizen. That's terrorism. 7ZLP 112. Not only that, it is revealing the fact that you are indeed stalking. This is an impossible occurrence, this directed light conduct, speaking to your knowledge of who I am, your intentional presence in that environment to engage in that demented activity with that which is unnaturally occurring. That's stalking conduct. 8REZ633. And unprecedented stalking vicariously on behalf of a government. That's terrorism. All right? And that's what they are revealing as they engage in their demonic activity. All right? License plate 5XLL545. It's 10:07 a.m. (7KEE261) 8RQD850 9758 9B1 7RNU643 8B11716 8JWN836 8ENV548 7ZTN 406, I believe, 1855 9X2 708 2196 6ZSD 062. All right, you already know what Omnitrans continues to demonstrate. 1545 833 2353. That's the bus number. 8MZG. I can't really see the rest of them. 7SUH 434 8AWF 148 PACE ME 8VAT 460 8310 8B1 XP 56699 Sylvius. All right, directed light sprawling across the street toward me while that demon crosses path in that commercial vehicle. All right, stalking, engaging in federal stalking. And engaging in terrorism with the government in concert. And on behalf of Omnitrans, who's loitering in a relevant position, creating light activity under the fake sun, stalking. License 5511682. It is, by the way, 10:09 a.m. And remember, this time yesterday, I did not come westward toward B&G Plaza at all. From 320 West G Street, we then proceed west. And this is what's relevant to what Omnitrans is doing now under a fake sun. It's intentional presence. It's ongoing terrorism while these demons are patrolling. And while Omnitrans engages in a repeated molestation, while it's stalking using buses, engaging in demonic activity using buses. All right. You have what is the state moving its fake sun to remain as we travel what is west to get to Stater Brothers. Nowhere in this direction over the B&G Plaza. That's just an ongoing example of what I have already shown. It is clear stalking with light by those who are demon possessed. Okay. This psychopath is on bus number 1545833. That's a license plate, bus number 2353. The demon possessed, Satan owns that company. which is relevant to prosecution as a terrorist monitoring American citizens and a sex offender. 8MFS 052, I believe, but I can't really see that. You can scratch that one. I can see that clearly. This is 32337H3. 8UBH931. 8NJD617. J5850 handicap. 6. I can't really see that one. 7THC512. 8FLV628. FedEx crossing path going north on Euclid Avenue. It is, by the way, 10:11 a.m. License plate 8XKH007. XFE, 8XF, I can't really see that one. 6 U.A.C. 123. This is paper BU 654U3, I believe. 5ACT 052. Pepe's towing crossing path. $7J. I can't see the one. 8RZA 872. 1706 4D3. 7AMV 703. 8ECY 235. 8NXL 819. It's 10:12 a.m. FTR 576. 8AAL 855. That's Union Pacific. For PFG 595. That's amplified. BJ T8 742. That's an Arizona plate. That's amplified audible activity. That's creation of an environment using the audible method of a train. Group stalking behind under a fake sun. License plate 6XFR761. He crossed path and is loitering in relevant position, monitoring while the state is sounding Union Pacific activity. All right, that's how he's sitting behind in the parking lot. 4BLG 679, 7CAX 296, 6BAM 787, 8EZT 189, 8KWV 858, 8UKC 164, 7VCD 632, 7WZZ 064, 7ZDZ 684, 8YKF 305. This demon walking in directed light. Shadow in front of him, shadow behind him. Light activity as he opens and closes his door. Wearing a Rogers hat. That's audible activity under the fake sun. Another demon coming to surround and cross path. 7NCX 491. That is license 84D006. That's a Nevada plate. All right, that's Satan in operation, tracking every move, moving around as they drive by, directed light, impossible light activity moves across the buildings. They're demons. All that they're doing is stalking. Demons including Rider, crossing path. License plate 7TSR347, EKP-LMP, 5HBD. I can't really see that one. License plates 8NGV347 4. Oh, I can't really see that one. Let's scratch that one. And it is 10:15 a.m. 8WEZ544 5RRS258. Omnitrans headed westbound on Hope Boulevard at 10:16 a.m. That's bus number 2349. They're monitoring American citizens. I'm identifying what is engagement in an ongoing criminal presence by Omnitrans. They're not present operating any business. 4YIH875. That is Sanchotina. I don't know what that is, but substantial directed light. And let me show you who's monitoring with them. 8GTZ828, equally guilty for that substantial act of terrorism, directed light on the ground while they cross path. The same with this demon 7WZZ064. All of them stalking. 4FVV440. All right. You are talking about the unnecessary means of identifying the name of a demon that is stalking you. They know exactly who you are. RN2L1T1, I believe. And that's also how you know while the state is focused on where I am, while bus 2349, Lord is in relevant position, impossible light activity moves across Hope Boulevard, while as I showed you in video, the state is flying over Ontario Town Square Townhomes, flies right over Hope Boulevard under the state's fake sun that is remaining at the B&G Plaza. In conflict with just where I documented yesterday, where I don't even come anywhere in this direction of the B&G Plaza. It's 10:17 a.m. That is an ongoing act of terrorism by 8ESB 527, 8FAE 988, engaging in that state's P.O.C. License 8WXC 418, 7T10603, 8MIM 852, 242366V2. Gonzalez Trucking 4LM 637 is the trailer on that truck. D487SD. 7YBJ 147. SG Home Care is crossing paths, monitoring American citizens, molesting with directed light, terrorizing with the state that's stalking in helicopter. It is 10:17 a.m. License plates 8TUH 823, 7FZE 675. License plate XP46250, Inland, California 404256, 1VT3014, touching and terrorizing with directed light, 7PPA126. All right, that's a stalker. That's a demon-possessed stalker who knows who I am. The target individual doesn't need to know. This is the false notion of the government monitoring you. This is demonic, first of all, and these demons know exactly who you are. That's why you have this impossible recurrence of directed light that is also aiming in my direction. They're focused. That conduct, that impossible light activity is also focused on me while they are driving past me. The impossibility of that light even manifesting. Speaking to what is a stalker and a demon-possessed one, whose name you do not have to know, but I have even identified in my license plate because I'm going to prosecute the companies and the third parties in the venues. All right, engaging in terrorism. Need to understand what terrorism is in the United States. Shipping out demons such as 6RAR233 if they're not American citizens, natural-born ones. We have enough demons in the state. 6RDL859, those who are not from this nation originally can go right back to wherever they practice the demonic activity and monitor American citizens, perhaps where it's not a shameful secret. 8LBF626, license plate 7RMZ 765, TETE 326. Let's see.
Hello.
That's audible activity.
Oh,
License plate 5YYZ 874 8A6 5540 7KDX 398 8LWN 386 6TXY 293 6KRP 037. It's 10:20 a.m. 5PAK 123. Alrighty, I want to be clear. Like I've stated with regard to what is clearly stalking with a fake sun, that which is not the sun, demonic, stalking with directed light, coexisting with the ongoing stalking presence of the people, an admission of stalking, by the way, and identification of a demon-possessed one, 5VMB992, is the identification of a stalker by the people. The state's targeting conduct by airplanes and helicopters. As the state, again, what you're hearing on my podcast flying over my head, the identification of demon-possessed stalkers. 888-9282. All right, that's exactly what it's revealing about the people of the state that I am documenting. The pattern of conduct by the government is already established. The state is a stalker. The state's a sex offender. The state's going to be prosecuted and put on the map as such, revealing that the government is doing this. 7D5ED. The people of the state are doing it with the government. So while the state flies over my head in helicopter, that's how you know not only what is wrong with, but the fact that the stalker is identified as 7ZFZ275. They're stalking together. License 7TUW 749. License plate 8EQF 123. License 7GJH 831, I believe. Can't really see it that clearly though. 7TAY 484. License 7LCK 299 AW10F61 paper 7MWB 986. The trailer is 4SM 5864 on the back of that truck. Where directed light is sprawling across the street toward me. All right, that's a stalker, a demon-possessed one using a commercial vehicle. 8RNY 344, 8NVU 107, USPS, you already know about them. Group stalking, demon-possessed, government actors, 7531648, and it ought to be known the United States Postal Service is a systematic means of monitoring in the United States, 6BAM 787. Using the United States Postal Service, period, UPS, FedEx, etc. This is letting you know what the government's doing systematically, 8SSY 721. It's not just in California. It is not just in California. Using USPS is showing how they're engaging in systematically engaging in such a system. 6JTB 486. 8V79007. And it is also showing you what is pervasive with regard to demonic activity in the United States. This is not a contrary to what you would like to believe or what you were taught. All right, you're talking about that which is stating that it's a Christian country, and actually this is that which is appearing more and more to be owned by Satan. This is a government system. This is not only an operation in California. It is not. Using such systematic means such as the United States Postal Service, that is speaking to what is a method of 6XFR 761, leaving from what is loitering in relevant position. That is speaking to 799, I can't see the rest of them, 7NUN 572, 8DBN 567, 85985 W2, 6UK 397, 8HUE 027, 7R31463, 6GQK 325. That's the state hovering in a commercial airline plane under the fake sun and in directed light. 47571Y1. 5PLR 467. It is 10:24 a.m. Seven 80283. It is speaking to what is the use of 8VO1613, speaking to what is the use of government actors such as the United States Postal Service. When you're looking at what is on the outside appearing, the mailman, okay, this is actually a government actor and a demon-possessed stalker, the same exact demonic activity, that intentional environment, and I'm opening up your eyes to see and pay attention to what is clearly not the sun. The state of California is not the only entity engaging in this, all right? The state has engaged in the provision of documentation, whereas the government is engaged in the entity, the providing of direct evidence against 7K NW 974, 4JUK 531, conducting conduct as though the only area that gets any sun, because that's necessarily the case, while acting as though the only place that gets sun is the Holt Boulevard, as the state engages in raising a fake sun over me in the morning and keeping a fake sun visibly over me up until the evening. That is suggesting that no other city, let alone unless I travel to that other city. If I remain, for example, as I've shown at the Upland Public Library or the Ontario Ovitt Family Communal Library, 7ZFL 306, that's where the state is remaining with that which is not the sun. All right, 74011W2 Rock Honda, 8MUD216, 5EGR043, 7BIP013, where I have shown you what is early in the morning, such as 7:57 in the morning, and then in the afternoon or in the evening where I'm returning to such a venue such as the Stater Brothers inside of the Ontario Village Shopping Center, and the state is keeping a fake sun on me and or acting as though that fake sun is setting, changing the color and keeping directed light on the same exact venue. You're talking about documentation providing and suggesting the impossible, that that's clearly not the sun. 1476054, 7M BX057, but I can't really see that clearly. That's the municipality, by the way, molesting with directed light, studying their communication device while they're monitoring an American citizen. You have what is suggesting that that would be the sun that is remaining on Hope Boulevard in one city all day long. And that's the provision of documentation that the state has provided. And it is directly evidence and incriminating against the municipality, 04537P2, for example, as well. Third parties such as 48654J2, stalking in that environment intentionally. 8RTV 476, but I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. That is clearly not the sun, all right? And then when I'm going, for example, I'm remaining in Fontana, and then I am in Upland the next day at the same timetable. And the state is keeping that which is supposedly the sun directly over my head. That is not the sun. And you're talking about also what I've shown you, which is engineered light, not sunlight. That is also not sunlight, and that's not the sun. And you're looking at what are demons in a demonic environment stalking altogether with a government monitoring one who's documenting them and going to prosecute. And commercial actors such as Ryder. All right, license plate. Let's see. Oh, they probably don't have a back license plate. They hide that. They bend the license plate on the front of the trucks, and then they don't put a license plate on the back of the truck. Ryder is readily identifiable, and I'll prosecute them for engaging in that pattern as well. Ryder is spelled R-Y-D-E-R. It's a commercial actor, truck rental lease. I heavily documented 94504U2. That's the P.O.C. though, by demons who are engaging in the pattern of conduct. Obstruction of justice is built into that P.O.C. You're talking about Satan, which is a pathetic, a demonic entity operating over a people, operating over a government, and also falsely assumed that it would never be identified as the system in operation, as Satan owns this government. Satan owns the people of the state, 7KNL 506, and they're all going to be prosecuted together as the psychopaths that they are. 6TXY293. I'm actually going to prosecute them separately, but I'm going to bundle all of them up. I'm going to choke the life out of them with their demented system, embarrass and shame them, and then I'm going to prosecute them for all the ways in which they engage in this demented system, which is terrorism. All right? Frontier Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, Alaska Airlines, FedEx planes, Amazon Prime planes, UPS planes. Those are the United Airlines. Those are airlines engaging in the P.O.C. as well. 312HK handicap, 8NHN201, 8WLA898. The state facilitating venue of the Ontario Airport is a venue where the state is engaging in that P.O.C., where those third parties are providing a home for such instrumentalities of interstate commerce to terrorize an American citizen. While the state's fake sun and directed light is at that venue, I'm showing you what is none other than a venue where those planes are taking off from. Regardless of their place of origin, you're talking about what is the use of engagement of, the use of those planes while the engagement in the criminal elements of monitoring, which is also demonic activity. It is terrorism by a demon-possessed entity using such identification, all right, of a third party. Name Frontier Airlines, name Southwest Airlines, whatever you want to fill in the blank with, they're going to be prosecuted. All right, they're terrorists. License 8WVA247. 8TVN337. 6EAF598 or 6FAF598. It's a Nissan Altima driven by what looks like a Latino male. It's 10:30 in the morning. That's ongoing plane activity under a fake sun and in directed light. It's audible activity. That's how commercial airlines are engaging in the P.O.C. It's facilitation. And they're monitoring using airplanes as well. License 8JLA 2. I can't really see that one. 22. But that's not the whole license plate. 7DVA 756. But I can't really see that one that clearly. All right. 32495W2. I can't really see that one. Omnitrans. This is 8KQH610, 8UXW209. License 1545811. Molestation with directed light. Bus number 2351 at 10:31 a.m. License PGK1577 Texas 99605Z2. GPC Graffiti Protective Coatings 50875K1 6ZIR 721. Alrighty, it is 10:31 a.m. License plate 6XJA325 8TWM441. Excuse me. 6EGE935. That's Omnitrans engaging in surveillance, loitering in relevant position. Again, license 1545811, bus 2351. 8EE B857, I believe. Let's see, 6TRH419. 8BGN581. 4, let's see, HLU485. 7JGX040. 8LWL902. 260, I can't really see that one. 8JLN523, I believe. 5283. All right, here's the correct license plate of this one. Refrigerated rental vans. License plate 79981B2. I did not read that one correctly while they were entering the venue. 8UJJ078, 6E92813, 8DRD868. And it is 10:33 a.m. That is P.O.C. All right. 2628. I can't really see that one. 8HUT353, 7EQV266. Error mark, crossing path, license plate 46218M1, 55615H3, 6NX876, but I can't really see that one. 8XYA571. License plate 8GCC213. Yeah. 8T10350. 8KZT734. 8ERU970. BS70G41 paper. 8FTX569. 4LUU309. 8TWB065. 6CVL560. 8XYW157. 8HJN967. 7DDS374, 625363, substantially similar. 8RNR282. All right, and that demon-possessed actor, that commercial actor, intentionally crossing path under the fake sun and in directed light, that is error mark, that was engaged in kidnapping in the sheriff's department. All right, license plate 677 something 619 8UMR 192 8GCB 089 6GSE 592, and that's exactly what they were doing, engaging in monitoring with communication devices. This is the demonic activity, engagement in what was directed light inside of that sheriff's department of what was West Valley Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center and Central Detention Center. Aramark engaging in the P.O.C. with as a demon-possessed stalker inside of that venue, because that P.O.C. was underway, that specific environment was present. And that's why those Aramark personnel had multiple shadows, with the deputies that had multiple shadows, with the medical workers and the inmates all had multiple shadows. This is a demonic system. All right, and 8NGJ338, Aramark intentionally crosses path in that environment, not only to stalk, but to engage in a specific act of terrorism in concert with the rest of the entity. All right, it is, by the way, as I'm documenting that, it's 10:39 a.m. And what I showed in images after I captured the video, seconds later, the state that is already stalking a commercial airline plane immediately flies over hovering by airline, a commercial airline, 8WEZ544, and that's what I took a picture of. While the entity, that's called stalking with activity. While it's already present, hovering in airplanes under what is a fake sun, that is stalking via aircraft. That's in the specific environment, engaging in monitoring using such means of interstate commerce. 7BQM966, 6HRF852, 7V63660, 8SQE438, 8CTX020, Bus 1220 headed westbound, that's Omnitrans. License 76, I can't really see that one. 32205Z1, 5BRZ464, RO Heart AL, 8BSA 398, I believe. I can't really see that clearly though. This is UNFI 2823145, I believe. 1UG7588 is the back plate on that UNFI truck, and touching with directed light. All right, that's a demon-possessed stalker. All right, you have that impossible occurrence occurring while you are also in the path driving by under what is a fake sun. That's a stalker using a commercial means. It's the exact same demonic activity. All right, you can apply that template to whoever you want. This is the prosecution of an entity and the identification of what is stalking by a group. License plate 8LTN411, 8BOZ997, 4NLA773, 8DFJ815, WFJ3000, 6Z, I can't really see that one, but I want to be clear, as I'm documenting and I'm tabulating third parties, each one is a molestation with directed light, and they are all also mutually molesting. 7TO1693, 8RO4092, they're all molesting while the state is keeping its fake sun over me. That's a molestation as well. All right, as I'm documenting it, you're listening to me document third parties, whether I get the whole license plate or not, understand it's an ongoing molestation, and they are going to be prosecuted for that sexual violence, that unprecedented level of touching by a demon-possessed entity that's representing the government. That's what I'm also documenting. I'm documenting all that simultaneously. 8XDF688. License plate 8HJH973. PMX082. 7SAT000. Engaging in that sexual violence and terrorism and federal stalking with the government with minor children, including them in that P.O.C, including their operation of communication devices. That's what I just saw. License 8XQX535. That's Ontario Town Square, engaging in the P.O.C. 8MWB, excuse me, 987, 2VCC 162, excuse me, 7KTY 689, I'm sorry, 8PLW 059, 07405W1, 6ELU 111, 4MBA 951, BM 74155, paper 5ETE 6, I can't really see that one, 5SQE 129, 322NK handicap, 6Z33501. It is 10:43 a.m. 7XBN346, 6R87751 and a Rubicon touching 84180E3 coming out of B&G Plaza as well. It is 10:43 a.m. still. License plate 91788H1. 8FTZ947. 8DLC49. I can't really see the what's in 7LTH310. License 8SC1588 8SIC5881, I believe. Can't really see that. 7KCK426. Alrighty, it's 10:44 a.m. C 8UKC164. I read that one. 6TUM326. Believe I read that one. This demon's just leaning on the car under the fake sun. 8LBF626 has been loitering and is now pulling out after loitering, going inside of any venue, including Metro by T-Mobile, is remaining in relevant position, engaging in ongoing sexual violence and terrorism with the state. License plate 7JNL1945C82631. A327BO 8WAF148. I think that's what this is. Yes. 5H9. I don't think I got this one. 6PQZ175 and 5H9. Is this scratched out or something? 5H91129. 8XVX267. He's following behind as I walk into the parking lot to get a license plate, and I'm being molested, okay? It's the same P.O.C. 6AYK422. At nightfall, when I do such things, you'll have that same one would drive into the parking lot in order to touch with light. The state's fake sun and molesting with direct light is accomplishing that. 8XSB090. That is the same predator. Understand that. 8FHC841. 5YXG860. 8NNP662. 8JJ216, substantially similar. 5FUE938. 7ZYS538. Rider crossing path again. C license 8VO1613. All right, what I'm documenting, picture of 6TUM326. They have a little gang of demons that were standing around under the fake sun, all with their communication devices. They're demons, and I'm showing you the fake sun that's right over them. As soon as I go in my backpack, reach for my purse, they're hopping into their car. I'm documenting them, period. But they were having a little monitoring party under the fake sun, grouped around like the pack of demons that they are monitoring. Those are Latino males in 6TUM326. All right, engaging in the same surveillance, this hefty duty group stalking demon under the fake sun. She got about 4 chins. And that's 6WJU274. It's 10:47 a.m. License 5RBJ541, 8AJG199, 4EUM648, 054261Y1, 6UJA265, 6UMH, I can't even see the rest of them, 7GKD690, 6SJG568, 8GRK452, 8VFZ146, 8PKG168, 6TUM326, now leaving after loitering in relevant position, standing out in the fake sun and in directed light, monitoring with communication devices. It's 10:47 a.m. 5DNF156. see, AVXV267, but I can't really see that clearly. A demon comes and walks by me under the fake sun that's crossing a path as I dig in my wallet. All right, read that license plate already. This is Burtech crossing path again. That's called patrolling by a specifically identified actor. That's license 15804M1. All right, direct the light on the asphalt. They're not doing anything but stalking and crossing path. They're not operating in business. They're engaged in the state's P.O.C, and that is patrolling. That is the fourth time by Burtech. That's just an identification of one actor commercially stalking. GOHAR, I can't really see that one. It's 10:49 a.m. And that was Burtech going eastbound on Hope Boulevard. UZ199. 8WF. I think I read that one already. I can't really see that color. 8VJT866. 6HUC134, I believe. 7VVF641. 4000092. 6ECF014. 7TVE586. 8WYC463. 7EDL97. I can't see the rest of that plate. XJS470 crossing path. 7DKA706 crossing path again. That was the one that was going eastbound. I did not see it. They know that they're being documented, so that's bearing that in mind as I document them crossing path multiple times. All they're doing is stalking. That's all you're doing under a fake sun and a direct light. That's going to go toward the ways in which you're prosecuted. 912-6STP080. 7KYM920, excuse me. 7RWU. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that. 7TOK865. 6JYJ484. That's USPS touching. USPS touching again. 4URZ456. 207904. That's an out-of-state plate. 6DYA139. That's Penske 2409PE. All right, and USPS drives by in these pickup truck vehicles, both of them touching with direct light. 7W49494. (79825Z1). 7MEG843. 7NLF567. Omnitrans is crossing path in one of those short buses, the Omni Go, going north on Euclid Avenue at 10:52 a.m. Omnitrans is crossing path going west on Euclid Avenue. Bus number, 2345 at the same time, 2:52 a.m. 8SLW5008N. I can't really see the rest of them. 8PEG202. State stalking and a black helicopter. Oh, you can hear that? That's amplification. All right, I'm documenting this on my podcast as well. I want to show you what is stalking via helicopter. That's amplified audible activity. That's an act of terrorism by the state. This is the state's fake sun that's remaining over me. That is speaking to the absence of any coincidence. That's the government that is monitoring, keeping a fake sun over me, and repeatedly molesting while the demon possessed, that is the people of the state, cross path. Omnitrans is in relevant position, creating what is called light activity. That's bus 2345. They are loitering and monitoring with communication devices in concert with the state. It is currently 10:54 a.m. That is P.O.C. All right, I did document that on video. KJG 482. I'm sorry, 682. VCR 301, 8MXJ 137 or 317, 7YLU 638, 5116 183, 27174C3, 8VFB 216, Ontario Police 1516 961, 7JXS 810, 5KDV, I can't really see that one. 8RBH 442, but I can't really see that one that clearly. Ontario Fire Department also crossing path while Ontario PD is group stalking, loitering at the traffic light of Sultana and Holt Boulevard at 10:55 a.m. All right, they're one entity. The police department stalking by helicopter, stalking by fire department. This is the state acting directly. You have what is monitoring and molestation, maintenance of presence. Tufesa crossing path again. Tufesa is touching. License ALL 5843. That's a Arizona plate on that Tufesa, TUFESA. That's bus number or coach number 331. Directed light reaching all the way across the street to touch. 7RZT 091. Okay, that is stalking via a commercial means. In concert with Ontario PD, the Ontario Fire Department, Omnitrans will remain in relevant position. The state that is stalking by helicopter and airplane. Rider crossing path. United States Postal Service crossing path again, going in the opposite direction now, west. In what appears to be a utility truck. They're just crossing path in different looking vehicles. It's the same government actor, the same stalking conduct, all right? That's terrorism, engaging in sexual violence. They are stalking via the United States Postal Service as a stalker, and they're also molesting while they are stalking with knowledge that you're documenting them. That's a psychopath, and that's the demonic activity underway by the United States Postal Service. I'm sorry, 5KZC007, 6Y72160, 89517Z2, I believe. BU615F3, that's paper. 5FUF, I can't really see that one. But that's molesting. They're all molesting with directed light while they drive by. 8MCX926. This is license 9G49019. Oh no, Logistics Incorporated. Directed light 4UA5368 is a back license plate of that truck. All right, stalking in a commercial vehicle, same exact directed light conduct. 6LRW413, 8FBL507, 8XLV177. 8SDE590. MMK339, I believe. 6ENE 272, I believe. 10:58 a.m. 8YFD 071.5ETR 412. And remember what I documented yesterday as I'm documenting the United States Postal Service, Aramark, 5TSL044, the Sheriff's Department, the Ontario Police Department, Omnitrans, Penske. You have what are the entity engaging in this stalking conduct were 24 hours ago, that which is not the sun, all right, because it doesn't coexist with remaining over me here and being over me in Upland. That's what I showed you. You have what is the state keeping its fake sun over me at 2034, the Arco, at that gas station. On the opposite side of the economy end, off of the 60 freeway, right over the vehicle. That's what I showed you, and directed light. 69613R1. While they are stalking in the path, the same exact entity, 8DRH875, 8MLZ917. This is already published in pictures. So the totality of my documentation is not just in video, it is in images, which I sometimes put visibly so you can see in a slideshow on the face of my website, but it is all present on my Google Drive, which is available on my website. It has the button with the date on it. That is the Google Drive link. And you can see all the pictures where the state kept its fake sun over me nearest the 60 freeway over my head. At the same time where I'm at that end of Ontario. 78852P2, coexisting with what I documented the day prior, which was remaining at this B&G Plaza up until 11:09 a.m. And I went eastbound toward Fontana, where the state kept its fake sun. All right, MOSTCAR. Then I'm documenting Prime Wash Car Express in Upland, and the state kept its fake sun over me, and that's around 12:40 p.m. You have what is the state's fake sun while I am at the in the city of Upland, inside of the Pacific Commerce Center. That is across the street from the Walmart at that Foothill and Benson intersection, 8CJK999. What I was documenting, all of that coexists with what the state is doing right now under the fake sun, while the same exact entity is stalking with directed light under a fake sun. That's not the sun that's over me at that venue, and and 24 hours later you're maintaining the central presence at the same time. No, it's not directly over that venue at the same time, maintaining that central presence. All right, and that's also not sunlight that they're molesting with. These are psychopaths. License. And that's what they're revealing as they engage in that, and that's what I'm documenting, and they do so with knowledge of that documentation, and that's how you're going to prosecute. That's exactly how I'm going to prosecute them. License plate 8WXX175, 3LDW 436, 8. I'm sorry. Yeah, that is an 8K20058. All right, engaging in surveillance behind me, stalking under the fake sun that's remaining over the B&G Plaza. That's the same license plate, 7X94127. That's an old geezer that is demon-possessed, stalking and molesting someone. And that's as disgusting as it is as if he's touching with his hands. He's stalking someone and he is touching in an environment for his criminal purposes in order to engage in targeting me in that way. 6NQX145, and that's how the government is engaging in that sexual violence with him. 89643W2. Safe Marine. 4Gen Logistics, crossing path again, license 19316H. They were engaged in molestation earlier when they crossed path, in same conduct again now, crossing path. 8NXL819. UXM419. AMR crossing path going north on Euclid Avenue at 11:02 a.m. Alrighty, that's audible activity. Everything that I document, I'm showing you what is the street sign of Mission and Mountain, where the state's fake sign is directly over the car. I showed you at Holt Boulevard and Mountain, while the demons are crossing path in traffic and directed light is moving on their vehicles while they're surrounding me with the same environment while I'm in traffic. That's exactly what they're doing now, and that's not the sun that I'm showing you. That's the state's light source that at the same time the state is following while it's keeping it stationary over me here at this venue. All right, that's the entity. It's the entity Stalking, license 7BAP 482, Omnitrans. Approaching at 11:04. It is 7CVM010, license plate 6FMS 809, license plate not 3795, NU2, Omnitrans, bus number 1268, license 1399982, license 8WDK 887, molesting with Ontario PD 1576653, 8TCD 924. 8SFH 897 3466 6N2. Understand that's intentional conduct by demons. Ontario police in relevant position while Omnitrans molest with light, monitoring together under a fake sun. They're demons. And a commercial vehicle, demons, and a law enforcement vehicle. Demons monitoring together with communication devices. License plate 64ELLA. License C 8WPZ 646, crossing path exiting the B&G Plaza. Six ZWZ 754. 04537X2. Seven VQN 844. 8LVL 841. C 8WNW 599. 7UXM041. 7UUF 852. 35381N2 2514052, I believe. 6DJU 906, 6BXL 008, 6SP0, I can't really see that one. 8NZK 129, 7PYN 077, 8KPH 886, 7FCB 624. Can't really see that one. License 7ABX 694, 1322 3W2, 8VAA 818. It is 11:08 a.m. And by the way, this is documentation of, again, the state remaining with its light source 3 hours over the B&G Plaza. That's what I'm showing you also, not the sun. This is license plate 11:08 a.m. crossing path. 7D. I can't really see that one. Five NB 1916. Eight 37 5W handicap 8 NUW 725 5 YUH 578. Let's see, 8 YBD 021 7 POV 484 5 CGT 709 6 MFG 145 807 68 C2 7 FTF 414 8 UPJ 317 5 NVL 574 7 NIV 088 W2 90X0 5 PT 646, substantially similar. That's a van leaving the B&G Plaza. T ND 609. City of Ontario, crossing path and dumpster trucks. City of Ontario license 1509108 1514630 877 87233L1 engaging in that P.O.C, including children in the P.O.C while they're monitored. 4 VOM 316. X284 EO X28. Yeah, that's a correct license plate. 8 BWA 706. 8 BBG 794. 8 ATL 383. 8 NRH 343. 7 XYJ 523. 6 MMP 524. CTG 750, that's Arizona. 6DTZ 706, I believe. Can't really see that one. 4VCX 450. JBT Aerotech crossing path, monitoring American citizens in that commercial vehicle. PWF 773 58188 F3 8TAA 094. 8 BES 270. It's 11:14 a.m. BU 5946 paper. 6, I can't see that one. 8 KIR 525. A3 27BL, loitering in relevant position at the B&G Plaza. I already read their license plate. They're now crossing path with directed light under the fake sun that's remaining over the B&G Plaza for in excess of 3 hours. Remaining right here over me. And recall, as I documented, as I remained at the B&G Plaza the other day, I believe that was November 24th, the state's fake sun is documented remaining in the window of the Omnitrans bus as I am proceeding toward the city of Fontana. And it is remaining stationary after 11:09 a.m., showing you what is stalking with light. 8517 6G2. 8GGE, I can't see that one. 6NLT 238, I believe. 6YLL 214. 5LRZ 362. 8TST 334. 8PGN 526. 8FRY, I can't really see that one. I want to say 33R, but I can't really see that clearly. Airport mobile towing, crossing path, going westbound on Hope Boulevard. (8601U2), but I don't think that's all the characters. It is 11:16 a.m. All right, showing what is Southwest Airlines crossing path, flying over the B&G Plaza where the state is keeping its fake sun. That is intentional cooperative presence, creating audible activity and crossing path in the sky space. That is Southwest Airlines providing instrumentalities of federal stalking and engaging in that in concert with the government in the state's environment. That's what I documented on video. It is, again, 11:20 a.m. And this is the state moving its fake sun in the opposite direction as I showed you while I get on the Omnitrans bus after remaining at the same venue, which is B&G Plaza, as I go in the eastbound direction. And the state kept its fake sun in the window of that bus as I showed you what is stalking with light. 7YYF 605 and stalking by people. 6FTC 048. GGB POPE. License 7YWZ 470. License 8WQJ 150. 8WZ 451. Substantially similar. That is bus 2360, loitering in relevant position at Lemon and Holt. Taking off now toward the Holt Euclid Avenue traffic cameras. 8H, I can't really see that one. License plate 7VAV 775 8URX 432. Yeah, that's GGBPOPE. Group stalking via the Andy's Burgers drive-thru, where the state's fake sun is directly over that drive-thru. Alrighty, capturing what is UPS engaging in P.O.C, hovering 8YDZ113 under the fake sun that's in alignment with me at the Andy's Burgers while group stalkers are maintaining presence through a drive-thru. 98964D3 under the fake sun that is moving westward as I walk westward, and you're seeing what is clear migration from what was stationary presence as I remain stationary at that bus stop. All right, that's called stalking with light. And that is also the opposite direction of what is not the sun after it's remaining stationary for an excess of 3 hours over one particular address in conflict with what I showed on November 24th, where the state is moving its fake sun eastward as I'm on the bus of the venue that's Omnitrans, okay, and then it's in Fontana. All right, and that's in conflict with what I showed the day prior to that, where the state was moving its fake sun while I'm already in Fontana. That's the significance, 7KPJ 798, that's the significance of showing the state's fake sun remaining over me till 11:09 a.m., where it's already captured. I'm already in the city of Fontana at 11:09 a.m., where I documented that. Okay, that's the significance of all that. It is currently 11:23 a.m., and that's the state engaging in that ongoing hovering with the light source, while the people of the state are providing commercial airline planes to do so. 8XDT 259, 4MCS 072, 8JLA 422, 6RZD 073, 12135 U2, 4HNC 969, 4K MT006, 6BMM 225, JMR 419. This is third party facilitating venue Metro 102, third party facilitating venue Ontario Town Square Townhomes, 6XXK 107. And of course, not just showing you the comparison from day to day, you're talking about documentation that already exists where the state is keeping its fake sun over the 280 North Limit Apartments at that time while remaining stationary at the B&G Plaza, let alone going to Fontana, okay? 8DGU 849. 7NQP 901, 5MNZ 052. And you're clearly not over the entrance. I'm talking about the sun as you're remaining stationary over B&G Plaza. That is the state moving with a fake sun to remain over me and planting it over that venue while I am at that particular location. 7ZTM 958, which does not coexist with remaining in the window of the bus while I'm en route to a different city. 8JUL 164. That's third-party facilitating venue 280 North Lemon Apartments, where the state's fake sun is not over that venue, contrary to documentation of the state placing it there. All right. Stalking with noise, that's a demon. 6FYZ 871. BEEEBZZ. Let's see. That's amplified audible activity of the state stalking via aircraft as I'm walking through the City Hall parking lot, the Senior Center, and the 280 North Lemon Apartments. And that is Delta Airlines flying over. Right, and that is not taking off from the airport. As I've shown you where the state is rising in elevation like it's taking off where I am. If you're actually taking off from the Ontario airport as rapidly as they do so, supposedly over me, you would already be higher in elevation by the time you get to where I am down Hope Boulevard, over the B&G Plaza, over the museum, over the 280 North Lemon Apartments as it hovers over a senior citizen apartment home by helicopter and airplane. All right, that's Delta Airlines stalking. 5VVV 101, 8JVL 217, 7DJD 259. And let me be clear what that is. The broader context is that this is demonic activity, terrorism, as it is engaged in by a commercial actor, Delta Airlines. It is currently, let me show you the time. It's 11:28 a.m. I'm going to show you the state's fake sun over the 280 North Limit Apartments. At 11:28 a.m. And this is documentation that coexists with the state moving its fake sun as I'm on the bus, as I documented after remaining at the B&G Plaza, and the state moving its fake sun to remain in alignment with me while I'm headed toward Fontana. So I'm going to show you that right now. Alrighty, I did document what is the state's light source over the 280 North Limit Apartments at 11:30 a.m. And that's just giving an ongoing specific example of witnessing stalking with light. Okay, while the entity is maintaining presence in the past, that's stalking by a people, the people of the state, in their individual vehicles, in their commercial vehicles, law enforcement vehicles. All right, engaging in that conduct under that which is not the sun, and you are intentionally present, and that is also shown and established by what is the presence of directed light that the people of the state are routinely molesting with. 7YJE 665. All right, and that is the P.O.C. And that is going in an opposite direction, remaining stationary at B&G Plaza, November 24, 2021, to 11:09 when Omnitrans decides to arrive, okay, after it engaged in the absence, all right, a noted absence. And that's also what I'm documenting while they're engaging in the P.O.C. and arriving and engaging in that sexual violence and stalking. You're also paying attention to what is their practicing of arrival. It's pursuant to a pattern, that demonic pattern, and it is also as they engage in ongoing departure from what is their published routes and timetables, and that is because they are also engaging in criminal conduct with knowledge of the fact that they're being documented. All right, and I also am showing what is going in the entirely opposite direction while that state's fake sun remains present over me. So you're remaining over me while I'm remaining stationary at B&G Plaza. And then I'm going what is toward Fontana Lewis Library. You're remaining in the window going in that direction, which is eastbound on Hope Boulevard. And then you're looking at what is at this time where I'm showing you at 11:30 a.m. as I leave B&G Plaza, and the state is moving in an opposite direction with its fake sun that is hovering and moving as I move, remaining stationary as I stay stationary, moving as I move, keeping that central presence over my head. All right, that is the P.O.C. of stalking with light, and that is the P.O.C. of the people of the state stalking with that entity on behalf of that entity. That is also stalking by planes and helicopters, okay? That is the P.O.C. It's 11:32 a.m. 8245OZ1, molesting with directed light while it is stalking and monitoring on my phone. And this is while I'm underneath what is that seating area at 280 North Limit Apartments, where I showed you in video the fake sun is directly above me. And that is the pattern of conduct that I've also showed on video, all right? That's exactly what that third party is doing, crossing path at the turn circle and touching with directed light, 11:40 a.m. 8TOG442. That is license 8TOG442. Engagement and molestation by one, which is an incredible occurrence under that which is not the sun and not sunlight, is the same engagement by the rest of the entity that is stalking. And that is what you're hearing is a group stalker sitting underneath the shaded area next to me, monitoring. Okay? It is 11:41 a.m. And he is crossing path pursuant to what they're monitoring on my phone, by the way. All right, showing you what is a demon-possessed stalker. Stalking in the path, directed light on the ground, on the brick wall in front of her. This is the venue of 280 North Limit Apartments, where I showed you in images. The fake sun is no longer over that venue. You have what is maintenance in the path, using that vehicle as a means of stalking with light. That's demonic. All right, directed light across the ground while she moves under that which is not the sun. That's demonic. That's stalking with light. And I'm showing what is the state's fake sun. And again, you're remembering not only is this not the sun, you're talking about ongoing documentation that's coexisting, remaining central over my head while it is en route. I'm documenting at this time I am on the bus and moving en route toward Fontana, all right? And that's how you are understanding what the people of the state are engaged in. And that's what I took pictures of. It is currently 11:46 a.m. Alrighty, 280 North Limit Apartments. This is a venue. See, coming out of the gates of that venue to cross path to engage in that same conduct, being in alignment, using their vehicles as light. This is stalking the path with light. These are demons that are following together. License, I think I read that one already. I want to get these over here. I'm going to show you also directed light on the apartment building. Absolutely impossible. It's just appearing on the surfaces around. That's terrorism while the state is engaging in that sort of conduct. All right, I just wanted to capture video instead of pictures because that was a very good illustration of the ongoing P.O.C. as I've shown it, identifying what's a venue, identifying what is a third party in the environment, and also stalking together with what is light. And presence in that environment is direct evidence of what you are doing and what is your condition. 8XNT871 5MBN 577 1040C handicap. 7GKC474, and that includes Delta Airlines that was hovering over this parking lot that is covered with that directed light. All right, 8WOY688. It is currently 11:49 a.m. What you're also looking at in that video, as I'm showing you what is the placement of the fake sun and directed light on the 280 North Lemon apartment building, is absolute departure from placement over the top of the 280 North Lemon apartments, where the seating area is, where the entrance of the Ovid Family Library is. Right, that's real-time movement. Ongoing witnessing of that. Demons, crossing path on the sidewalk, P.O.C. That's the government monitoring with those under the age of 18. That's what you're going to identify the government as engaging in, and third parties the same. I'm at Plum and B Street, and he's crossing path under the fake sun in operation of his communication device. And that is demonic activity underway, by the way, terrorism underway by those who are under the age of 18. Alrighty, taking a picture at 11:51 a.m. Group stalking, walk, that's crossing path. That's what the underage minion was doing, and the fake sun is directly over me while I'm standing on Plum and B Street, facing south, and the fake sun is right here over the sidewalk that I'm at, and this is third-party facilitating venue, where the minions are also, creating light activity. 8JLA422 under the fake sun. These are African-American males at the Ontario Town Square Town. All right, I'm taking pictures of that, and you're looking at what is the demonic pattern of stalking with light. That is license 8JLA422. And the state's fake sun moving while they are engaging in stalking together. Okay, that's P.O.C. The Ontario Town Square Townhomes is a venue. Metro 102 Apartments is a venue, and the prosecution of the people and everyone relevant and able to be identified in such venues prosecuting the people of the state. 8KNW023. That's audible activity as a user stereo while they are in the path, meaning as I walk by. It's the same thing as creating noise, just any kind of bang while you walk by. Those are demons. 6RZD073. That's called audible activity under the fake sun, which is no longer over that 280 North Lemon Apartments. That's what you're focusing on. And you're seeing how the people are stalkers and demon-possessed ones. Across the street at Enrique's Income Tax, stalking in the path. That's 230 Hope Boulevard. Standing in alignment to me on the sidewalk. That's intentional positioning conduct. USPS and FedEx on transit, entering the B&G Plaza parking lot. Tracking my every move. 8TTA693 04338D3 5AB1773 2408307. That's ASD tracking. 7AKX922 8PPB618 7TIK864 4FTF647 7THS206 7GTB651 8PNW541. License plates 8TJL399, and FedEx is driving a van, all right, and is now driving east on Hope Boulevard. That is after remaining parked in the, from where I'm standing, it appears that they were on transit, or they could be literally just parked in the driveway. I saw their van and they move as I'm standing at the intersection. The fake sun is right here at the intersection. Enrique's Income Tax is a venue where this group stalker is maintaining presence in the path. It's 11:53 a.m. All right, you're looking at what is intentional positioning by a demon-possessed stalker, and that is the conduct that the people engage in to maintain presence in the path. Right or crossing path again. And this is what I took a picture of. You can see that. You're looking at the fake sun. You're looking at what is a stalker. 8FYF974. All right, and also the identification of a venue as directed light swipes across the building of Enrique's income tax, which is speaking to what that demon-possessed stalker is doing, stalking in the path. All right, that ongoing environment while she is present, standing in alignment to me across the street. All right, knows exactly who I am, is engaging in that stalking presence while that ongoing environment is present. 6ZLG 598, 8TBF 980, monitoring the same, 8FYF 974, and 6KJE 641, 5F, can't really see that one, 5FDQ 238, I believe, can't really see it. 8TGC 953, 5FQD 238, 7ZBT 134. License plate 8BKX 717, 36948Y2, and it is 11:55 a.m. 7TLX 537, 7DEH 547, 7DHE 547. Uh, 7SJK 928. And with regard to my referencing November 24th as the date that I went to Fontana Lewis Library, obviously that was November 23rd. Yesterday was the 25th, right? Today is the day after Thanksgiving, the day before Thanksgiving. That was the 24th. Okay, so I'm just making sure I get my dates right. But you can see when you're referencing my documentation where I was going, and I'm showing you what is the stalking maintenance of that which is not the sun. Yesterday, while I'm in the city of Upland at this time, which is 11:56 a.m., I'm showing you what is the state's fixed sun at a 5VIT 575, clear difference from remaining over what is now, again, the B&G Plaza, Hope Boulevard. And the 24th was when I went to Fontana. 8SAE 135, 5988 4R1, 7GTB 695, 8GJE 713. It is currently, by the way, 11:57 a.m. 5988 4R1 is crossing path going west on Hope Boulevard. Alrighty, and again, that is Enrique's income tax, a venue where she's trimming her flowers under the fake sun and in directed light. That's a venue, okay? That's P.O.C. That's a psychopath and a demon-possessed stalker. License 7TIX 596, touching with directed light, engaging in that stalking conduct and terrorism with a minor, including a minor in that P.O.C. in that vehicle. And I am at the B&G Plaza property again, and I want to show you what is the remaining with the fake sun as I go back to that property, just to punctuate my point. Enrique's income tax, maintaining presence outside of their venue in order to be in the path while I'm on the sidewalk while the fake sun is in alignment with me. And I'm showing you what is no longer present because I am moving, so the state's fake sun is moving as I'm walking on the property. 09251W1 is under the fake sun, which is again over the Andy's Burgers drive-thru, while directed light, the same P.O.C., while the demons on Hope Boulevard are crossing path, and movement of that fake sun, which is remaining over one address. And you're looking at what is the psychopath stalking conduct of who are demon possessed while they're engaging in that state system. BL44D26, a paper plate, directed light on the ground, operation of a communication device. This is a Latino male under the fake sun at 11:58 a.m. Alrighty, that is P.O.C. I just took pictures of that so you can see this is what their focus is as they're monitoring. And in order to engage in that monitoring, you're engaged in heavy-duty stalking with the government that is maintaining an environment that they are also contributing to and fully aware of. They are cognizant of it, and necessarily so. You do not have coincidental presence of maintenance in the path to every minute detail of where I am. And this impossible occurrence of what is not sunlight, while that which is also not the sun is also coexisting with your presence. That's demonic activity, and that is the demon-possessed entity that are the people of the state monitoring as the government, in the shoes of the government. Andy's Burgers is a venue, as I'm showing you that. 8HUN 352, 8NGB 928, I believe. I can't really see that one. That's a Latino male accelerating in reverse while directed light moves across the B&G Plaza storefronts from Andy's Burgers. And what was a green CUV, he exits through the transit, through the back exit of transit. All right, monitoring with ultra personnel who are loitering in relevant position outside, monitoring. Directed light moving across their venue. License plate. Monitoring with them, 4KLF 804, that's an act of terrorism. While he engages in that, they're monitoring together, so he's not escaping anything. 7ZDZ 684, A327BO is back in relevant position. 8WLX 444, 8AVF 684. Alrighty, taking images at 1201, showing you what is the fake send over ultra personnel while they're loitering in relevant position and directed light is moving all across in front of their storefront. 7PAK 458. All right, that's P.O.C. Omnitrans loitering in relevant position at the bus stop where the fake send is back to being over the BG Plaza because I am here. 7GWH 772. 8VO 1613. 7BEF 644. I think I documented those already. I want to make sure I get these over here. On the S.I.I.S liquor side of the B&G Plaza. That's amplified audible activity as Omnitrans is monitoring, and the patrons on that bus are monitoring. 7BFH 937. Also showing you what is the fake sun that's no longer over the ultra personnel while they're stalking in the path, and that demon-possessed stalker accelerates from Andy's Burgers in reverse and exits out of the transit entrance. While doing so, directed light moving all across that venue, the Metro 102 phone store, the ultra personnel, the barber shop, that's light activity. And doing so under the fake sun, which is clearly over that venue. While I cross to the opposite side, I'm noting the S.I.I.S liquor side. State's fake sun is keeping in alignment with me. Omnitrans is behind me, that's stalking in the path, while the state's fake sun is over me, okay? BT48B78 paper. Let's see, 8FEK468, and it is in the same position that I captured it at 8 o'clock in the morning. BT48B78 doing the same thing as you are moving around. There are demons that are acting pursuant to the state's conduct of moving directed light across the building. All right, this is 7LYK313, 6VNH 589, 8BBV007, 8ECA231, 4SWC 983, 6MMP 521, 7UXW314, 7H7444, 7H744483, 8SAL140, and that demon is present with directed light. I'll show you that. Okay, I did show you video and capture that of what is placement of directed light underneath a shaded structure. Absolutely impossible light activity. While demons drive by and directed light is moving all around. 4SFV162 is ripe for deportation. Monitoring an American citizen and likely not an original one. Does not. If that is one that I suspect is not an American-born citizen, those are the types that you deport out of the country. Engaging in that molestation, stalking with the government, terrorizing with the government is that which is grounds for deportation upon federal prosecution. And the group stalker that you saw, I recited her paper plate, she did the exact same thing. All right, they are faceless with regard to the vicarious act on behalf of a government. You're talking about identifying them for purposes of their prosecution, engaging in that terrorizing conduct. And that's how I'm able to capture in video the same thing that she did as she enters the plaza. Stalking, okay? BT48B78 wearing scrubs, doesn't matter what you're wearing, while she enters a venue, all right? In relevant position and under a fake sun and in direct light. It is, by the way, 12:05 p.m. All right, documenting minions as they are crossing paths and swiping direct light, just like I showed you, while they are stalking, entering inside of the B&G Plaza parking lot. 8WKJ033, 7YSS 517, 8V H. I can't really see that one. It is. Oh, hold on. By the way, it's 12:06 p.m. And this is mere maintenance of presence. They're just maintaining presence all around in an abnormal environment to stalk and monitor. That's all you're doing in traffic, all you're doing while you're entering your venue where you work, and doing so pursuant to knowledge of who I am, 5PRL 965, and stalking as an entity. Alrighty, and that one that I documented ripe for deportation enters S.I.I.S liquor on camera, 4SFV162. License 7GTR132, 8WTF742. 6VRU841, 6JJF 889, 7FQH 224, Ontario Police 1547476, vehicle 1895, 60JX 199, 8PVD 830, 5EDK 612, 7LPN 504, 7NRJ 923, 96733T2, 6BNV 897, 36490B3, Tires Warehouse Continental, 8NPW 941, 0925 1W1, City of Ontario going westbound, 8SCK 792, or 279, I'm sorry, 6FTW 918, 8LBL 664, I believe, and stopping to keep their car in alignment with me is this demon HGIJ 061. She's not even parked. She's keeping her phone aimed toward me while she is sitting horizontal in the driveway, all right, while the Ontario Police cross path. This is keeping me surrounded, all right. That is P.O.C. That is an obsessive stalker as well. She is blocking the driveway while she maintains that presence while I stand on the sidewalk. 6ZOE 627, 8HCN 463, I believe. And that is exactly her purpose in doing so. Her phone is in the windshield while she does so, keeping her car such that it is blocking the driveway in order to aim it toward me while I'm standing on the sidewalk, okay, while I'm documenting those license plates. It is currently 12:08 p.m. (7L 30963, 5PBL 599, 65648L2, 8YQY 199, 7TUF 867, 8UPT 976, 8UJG 132, 17965L2, 8J59124. And that demon is all now leaving. 8GIJ 061. All right, 8VRW 701. 7PLP 341. These are demons, okay, engaging in that level of obsessive stalking conduct. All right, and they're in their element and what is directed light, a carnival of lights, while they're under a fake sun. 8UOJ 713, 5V10933, 6RVC 659, 8TO2283, 7YJJ 179. 8JKY 095. License plate. Oh, he's going to document himself on Shiro's Liquors cameras. 7WLN 528 is pacing with him in the parking lot. And pacing again, that is walking back and forth. The demons accomplish that as they, at the same time, drive in opposite directions. So they're pacing in the parking lot. License plate. Let's see. 79080J1. License plate 7TLN 590. Seven ZIZ 499, 8UNU 837. License 4XNZ 711. And while those third parties and the Ontario Police cross path, aiming substantial directed light across the Shiro's Liquor on this sidewalk, and where that third party blocks the driveway in order to aim her vehicle in alignment to me, 8VZE 359, 8Z68434, 7NVJ 604, 8BDV 486, 5ZEX 939, 13488Y1, 7FWM 968, KMDZ ZIN 7TLX 537, 6Y 81948. 7BKR 538. License plate 7TYP 839, and this one is license plate 8ALS 140. 8RKE 767, 8CVP 895, 7EQO 812, 8VMF 875, 8WAE 784, 8VAE 941, 7MJK 751, 8VKS 449, 7659482, 8H70564. He's leaving B&G Plaza now. License plates 5XRG884 BUOD37, I believe that's paper. License 7JXT938, 8RCK951, 8SGQ, I can't really see that one. 8YKF158 is the one that entered it, and I said he was documenting himself on the Shiro's Liquors cameras, which indeed he did enter, leaving at 12:13 p.m. while the state is amplifying plane engines in directed light and under the fake sun that is remaining planted over this B&G Plaza again as I return to it. 0787671, 7RTT351, 6TAM541, 8YJJ681, 7UAO207, 8WPD046, I believe. 205 13P2, 7X31942, 7JJM768, 8SHH430, 8CSF167, 7CFY773, 8NSY596, 8PSB906, X182AO, 6E43182, Ontario PD 7B92890. That acceleration was OPD crossing path. 7YDW408, and this one covering up his license plate is license 75299E3. FedEx is crossing path, driving north on Euclid Avenue. It is 12:14 p.m. That is Ontario Police using lights at Hull and Euclid, driving west on Hull Boulevard. License plate 6S10463 21249C2. C 8PYL552. Six EFW756, I believe that's an Explorer. Can't see it really that clearly. 8VS, I can't really see that one. 8LJC099 USPS crossing path in a truck and a Dodge truck. Dodge Rams are crossing path in those. 6921042 is the number on the back of one of those trucks. 7JZK785. 8WHK182. 8RLW208. 0196S2, I believe, substantially similar. 5ZCZ828. 8YJA990. 8LJC099, 6YWF188, 7YTP064, 7BMV951, 6TQR941, 8NXB574, 7L75851, I believe, 7PLW857, 7LIS702, 6CEH684, 7D06888, I believe. It is, by the way, 12:16 p.m. License plate 7DEH547 crossing path again. 8VKS280. Vidco Foods crossing path. License plate 53834L2. 8BET195. 8KTV 887 48766 U2 UPS crossing path going westbound. 8JUB 191 8PQZ 669 5SKJ 051 8TJL 800 47620C3 W77270, I believe. OPD 152793, I believe. 5SGK 477 7MQZ 290 4ASA 681 license 8LFS 553. That's Ontario Fire in the same exact demonic environment, directed light, and a fake sun. That's audible activity. License plate 1420228. And a paramedic from the Ontario Fire Department, license plate 1159426. Ontario Fire loitering at Sultana, monitoring to that encounter with the people. All right, they're all of them demons, substantial light activity, directed light while they're in the shade, crossing path in this environment, and Ontario PD is patrolling. The fire department now creating light activity. They're demons that are monitoring together. The exact same demonic activity, okay? Commercial vehicle, you've already seen that on video with UPS. That's exactly what they're doing across the wall. And for example, Vidco Foods, no directed light on the road until they drive past me in order to molest. That's a demon that is stalking, using that commercial means to do so. Hostile to my documenting them. 8CNC 765, and it is no different as Ontario PD crosses path, as the Ontario Fire Department crosses path, as the paramedic from the Ontario Fire Department crosses path. It is currently, by the way, 12:18 p.m. and the state's fake sun remains over the B&G Plaza. 8LGH013. License plate. Let's see. 8PQY 7871 7EZJ 112 4X27243 4CZX 376 GD 972 handicap 94348S2. License plates. License 8RZA 971. Siren stop after the fire department crosses me, all right, with their lights on, and direct the light from across the street as the fire department crosses. HO332CO, that's a motorcycle, 13947R1. 72677M2. 58760C3. 7MDG 825. 7CLM 264. Yeah. 5LRW 470. 8RDK 250. License 7SRD 882, 8AKR 440, 8RDK 250, 8KIR 525, 8HYF 612, 8XLK 068, 8UAB 276, 7GWX 584, 7ZYL 909 or 989, 80586S1, 8RDZ 817, 3417. 1U2, I believe, and a different license plate on the back of that truck. 35381N2, 35853U2. License plate 52079R2. All right, and they are also monitoring in relevant position at Stereo City. All right, they are across, Stereo City is in relevant position, and they're also across the street from the state facilitating venue of the Ontario Fire Department, where the demons are exiting in battalion vehicles and fire trucks and paramedic vehicles under the fake sun and in directed light, driving east and westbound, molesting with directed light. 7GIM 513, WCV 695, that's Hawaii. 8SXA 298, 6RBP 274, 8SXM 157, 7RGA 794, 7EZS 515, 7NVY 851, Omnitrans 1545 799, 6B03061, 8HCU 415, 8UWV 688, 8HCY 830, 7EZS 513, I think I read that one already, 6TED 036, 8MFB 039, 6VBR 431, The demons of omnitrans are loitering in relevant position, monitoring while light activity is streaming across the wall. 78RL265 on the cameras of B&G Plaza, monitoring the same. License plate RHF 536, that's an out of state. Bell cab 93885W1, I believe. 1545799, bus number 2345. Molesting with directed light and also directed light on the sidewalk in the shade. 8RRH 442, 6 CAS 908. 7 TBY 540, 6 KHK 134, 8 MVW 165, 8 KPP 718, 6 CDV 011, 8 RRM 079, and so I'm going to tell you what you're deducing from this while they are engaging in this group molestation. 6415 4W2, including the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, that is including that paramedics vehicle. 8 PYF 937, and substantial directed light, which is a show of hostility by the demon-possessed who know that you are documenting them. That's what you are deducing from that. It is not only the P.O.C, it is that which they are doing. 14045D3, speaking to what is the impossible occurrence of that light occurring, and that which is clearly not the sun that is following from place to place. That is an act of ongoing sexually violent terrorism while they are hostile to my identifying them by license plate and or images. And this is also speaking to what they are doing while I'm standing here on the side of the Shiro's Liquor, nearest the Sultana and Hope Boulevard intersection. And you have what is very vibrant, rich colored directed light that, again, as I showed you, for example, Vidco Foods, there's no directed light until they approach me in order to touch and harass, assault and batter, and molest with that impossible light activity. That's what the entity is demonstrating. 07720H3, 5GCV 676, 6NGG 019, 6SMS 948, 8XTE 811, 6KWC 042, 8SHG 488, 1420057, City of Ontario, 5SSU 110, 6RPT 973, 1614 3B3, 352ZV, handicap 8TBP 203, 6DWA 120, 29678T2, 6HJD 733, 6RHU 007, can't see that paper plate. License 8, I can't see that one either. 68XB 921, 8SXA 298, I believe, is just now leaving the plaza of B&G Plaza. 7BZV 806, LZS 0198, that's Texas. 6NBJ036. You are already established as a stalker and under those circumstances where that light's never naturally occurring, and that is a pattern everywhere that you go. So you are stalking as an entity. You are stalking in an environment deliberately present. That is showing what is a terrorizing hostility and sexual violence while they're hostile to you identifying them. It is analogous while the state does the same thing as you identify the people of the state that are hostile to it in both the commercial and private vehicles, while the state stalks by helicopter. The Ontario Police, the Fire Department. 8RFK 395. 8AJW066, 8BCG 859, 7CHM 653, 8XDC 225, 7RAV 277, 8TRL 110, 6SOC 419, license plate 5SKJ 051. And that's exactly what you witness right now while I am documenting them. I'm going to tell you Ontario Police doing this, Ontario Fire, you're hearing the sirens. And that patrolling and that presence is coexisting with that vibrant light activity, which is a show of hostility by the demon-possessed. They're already psychopaths stalking. 6RRM220. Under that, which is not the sun, 24 hours ago, I'm in Upland. 7ZLM826. And I showed you the light activity under the Shiro's Liquor shading covering. 0699582. 8TJL800. This is in all manner of the ways in which you're going to prosecute such sexual violence. 8EKF219 of a stalker. BU45M30, that is the people of the state of California, including law enforcement, the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department. 8MOF471, 8EZP451, 8WHK182, 7XNH583. 4SWP899, 6RBT762, 7LXP960, 8VDG282, that is Diana's, 93480U2, I believe, I can't really see it though. 7MFM855, YRC Trucking, P157808, Roadway is what that truck is carrying, the trailer, 8DAW972, JB Hunt, 3A can't really see that front plate. That's JB Hunt, though. The back plate is 232 BFM. JB Hunt JB Hunt Crossing Path, sorry. AWNW 429. JR Baja Towing Service, California 0406449. License 13337A. 7A3. License 8JCN 322. 5EMV014, 7GQK 905, 5ZWD 951, 6NXN079, 36348U2, 6CWT 348, 42910P1. It is currently 12:27 p.m. Alrighty, license plate. This is eastbound traffic on Hall Boulevard. 7Z20449, 7SRD 651. 7XIE 627. License plate 86194P2, 8RZL 669, 7BCF 915, 7RJA 769, 278378R2, I believe. Can't really see that clearly. License plate 7TEG 544, studying her communication device, 5JYS 365-94169Z1, 7SMY 049, 8ATK 787, 77572S2, 7ADX 614, 49807H1, 6XSV 956, 8UFK 330, 6TPW 060, 7YWF 542, 6LXD 591, 7TJZ 604, 8TWD 270, 8VJM 810, TRTOISE, license 5JCP 792, 07059E3, 56108R2, 5NQC 603, 8MPV 100, 8BVK 553, LS 007, 6PAJ 272, 6W, see, 6UN, I can't really see that one, 6WN 229, I can't really see that one though, that clearly. 5XBC056 at the driveway of B&G Plaza, stalking in the path. 8ROT 699, 8TPA 095, 8CZE 557, 8Z4020, but I can't see that one that clearly. 62989, you can scratch that one either. I can't see that one either. No traffic obstructing this group stalker at the driveway. State sounding sirens while they're crossing path. Same exact conduct with a directed light. 5XBC056, 8JPP 448. License plate 8SUG 795. That's the Ontario Fire Department in another paramedic vehicle at Sultana, going east on Holt Boulevard from Sultana, from the state facilitating venue, the Ontario Fire Department, which is right on the opposite side of the Ontario Times Square townhomes. 6, I can't really see that one. Alrighty, this is license plate 8XEU 718, 8TKA 533, 77536E1, 7PEG 767, 8RTC 558, 7FNZ 019, 20875A1, 71338T1, 8EAD 519. It is, by the way, 12:31 p.m. 8RIT 929. 8BYK, 8BVK 553, All right, from going westbound, the same conduct. Directed light all the way over here. 8C FV 134. 7 UKP 902, 8 UKP 876, 4 ZJC 273, 6B 40733, 8 REP 568, and 7WLN 528 has been loitering in relevant position in that same environment, stalking with the state that is engaging in its ongoing use of its emergency vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, demonstrating demon possession, and also engaging in sexual violence, trying to deter documentation. That's what that is serving, by the way. That's what I'm speaking to. You've already seen the fake sun, which is present, and the directed light. All right, and increasing that conduct while the demons are hostile to that, I document them under what is not the fake sun mutually over me in Upland, California yesterday. 70858C1. All right, license 8MFJ659. License plate 69566F2. Mutually exclusive also to being over, and this is on the 24th, while I'm already in the city of Fontana. I'm showing you what is the state's fake sun after I'm already showing you what is remaining at this same venue, while I'm also showing you what is the mutual presence in Fontana, that central presence over my head though. 8NXV859 with that which is not the sun. All right, those are demons demonstrating their worthiness of deportation, of federal prison, of straitjackets, 8KZM775. All right, while they are stalking with knowledge of your documentation. That's what that 8ECA231, that conduct with that directed light, as you're listening to me document them, because that's what they are doing. And that is intentional conduct by vicious demon-possessed stalkers. All right, that's P.O.C. That's not only identification of the stalker, that is insurmountable evidence of what is a system, and also knowledge of the fact that you're being documented. 08465 and 2. License plate. 8SVY287, 5FQD238, 7DCE317, BU03822 paper, 8H89779, BE61904, 7CEF307, 8HDX724, 5MJA798, and engaging in the P.O.C. with minor children in the car, stalking with the minor children in the car, engaging in that conduct that I'm describing, including children in the P.O.C. with the government. 4124OU2, HAVILA, 6WRK, 6WKR851, 7KQL792, 5DEL394, BA52H40, I believe. That's a paper plate. Can't really see that clearly, though. On the cameras of Shiro's Liquor. License plate 8KNY283. 8MLG437. 8C26996. 58760C3. 7FW9468, I believe. 8DSB84. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that. 7YPM217. 8XTE811. It is 12:35 p.m. License plate 8YJM104. 8YSZ473. All right, I'm showing you what is group stalking, sitting on the side behind me in relevant position, monitoring with the minions that I'm documenting by license plate 7TUW749. 19554F3, 8WPD046, 5783369, BE70J20 paper, 7AWX379, 8PTB384, 8RNR162, 8NL3597, 6EDG621, 7LUA233. All right, and that minion that's sitting on the sidewalk in the shade, where this is ongoing monitoring conduct while he's engaging in stalking, in other words, on foot, while the state is molesting with that direct light. And the state is represented by S8SFL536. That's what that conduct is showing in a picture. That's why I took 7MRS427, 8UNE139. That's a group stalker engaging in surveillance by sitting right here next to me in that environment. 93984T1, 7RAV444. License 4FZH015, 8Y, I can't really see the rest of that one, 17041M2, 8SNJ031, 8DWZ961, 7LDJ3, 865, Omnitrans crossing path going westbound in a car, MGR 8867, that's Texas, 7VOD 437, 5WBL230, 7SLP 560, 08384L1, I believe, can't really say it though, 516RZ handicap, 7FOS 751, 8UJ 825, substantially similar. That's a dark gray Corvette going westbound on Holt Boulevard at 12:38 p.m. And again, at this time, what I'm showing you is the fake sun hovering over me at the Prime Wash Express in the city of Upland, where the same entity is molesting, accosting, assaulting with directed light. BT31L65. And I am in Ontario at the B&G Plaza. 8SKN886, BDSS069, 8HMS308, 8WCX330, 945556X1, 6NDC 693, 8LOD283, 8XOM385, 7BAR 718, I believe. That's the same one crossing path again. 92313X2, Ryder crossing path again. 6HPC045, 8CYE 791, 6KFF145, I believe. 8U79822. License plate. I can't see that one. 8UCP646. License 8THF215. That is Union Pacific, engaging in the P.O.C. A sex offender, all the same. Engaging in terrorism with the state and with the people. License 93817V1, 7RYN251. RHF 536. That's New Mexico. 74785N1. License plate 6PWF773. No license plate. 37047L1. 4SRK648, which he is holding up in the window. All right. 6YKM698. The one that I said no license plate, and then I read it. He's holding it up in the window. I just want to document that. 5AWL598. 8EXF984. 18835R2. 8MUC351. All right, and this is documentation of the demonstration of demon possession by the state acting directly and vicariously while the state is keeping its fake sun in the city of Ontario over the B&G Plaza, and this is mutually exclusive to keeping it directly over my head while I am in the city of Upland, like I stated, okay? And this is 24 hours ago while it's 12:40 p.m., and this is exactly what I was showing you at the Prime Wash Express in the city of Upland. All right, the state is keeping its fake sun in direct conflict with also November 24th while I am in the city of Fontana at the Fontana Library, and I'm showing you the city of Fontana engaging in stalking in directed light, which the fake sun is directly over me at Lerner, at that parking garage, and then over the roof of Fontana Lewis Library, 6ENP099. Those are the circumstances under which this entity is engaging in heavy-duty sexual violence, molesting with rich concentrated directed light under a fake sun. 8RCK951, 8FEK468, and that is the admission of demon possession and the act of terrorism by the Ontario Police, the Ontario Fire Department, as I've already established, but I'm buttoning up everything that I'm prosecuting right now, and I'm documenting as the entity engages in it, okay? 8JKY608, while they're sounding their sirens, this is malicious conduct by the demon possessed in those positions, all right? Engaging in crossing a path in that deliberately maintained environment under that which is clearly not the sun, not coexisting, maintaining that central presence, let alone for an excess of 4 hours over the same address. And by the way, it followed from this B&G Plaza to the Ovid Library back, and I showed you that in pictures and video and directed light. That directed light which they are molesting the person with. All right, and these are demons that are hostile to that and to that prosecution and knowledge of their identity. That is also what their P.O.C. is revealing, and knowledge of my identity. 8RFC629, 7CBT397, 58286M2, 8XLN784, 5SMX. Let me get this one. 6HTK305 and 5SMX452, 7XEP669, 8TBF601, 7SXL232, 8NLG374, and it is 12:41 p.m. 8 BZH725, 7ADF511, 7LPR917, 6PXY052, 68875P2, 6GQL 312, 8EET 807, 4LGX 942, 6YBN 214. It is 12:42 p.m. 4CMU 055, engaging the P.O.C. with children in concert with the government. 5NLD 556, the same, in concert with the government, including children in the P.O.C. License 7XUY 490. Five EVM 670. It is 12:43 p.m. Let me show you. License plate B. I can't really see that one. 5YZN 611. All right, let me show you the fakes then, just to punctuate my point. All right, showing you what is video of the state's fake sun over the B&G Plaza at 12:43. 8AYP 141, 8FYX 527, 7ACX 188, 6GLT. I can't really see that one. 8SXW 465, 8SSP 965, 8JVX 891, 6VJZ 447, 8BIE 561, 97056D3, Automated Gate Services Incorporated, 5YZA 058. And in that video you're looking at 12:43 p.m. Let me get this license. 1 WATTS at 12:43 p.m. and I'm showing you, making that immediate contrast. Yesterday, the 25th, the state's fake sun is over me in Upland, and this same exact entity is engaging and monitoring on my communication device, where this light source is over me in the city of Upland, directly over my head at the Prime Wash Express. And also the 24th at the same time, where I'm at the Fontana Luz Library, same central presence over my head in what is directed light. 8UZS 367, 7HZL 392, 5SJZ 536, 8SKN 886, 7YHP 935, and that's what I captured in video. And you're also looking at what is concentrated light moving across the sidewalk, moving across the building in the shade. 8THA 672, BE 31 C86, I believe, 5TPU 466, 8CTX 558, 8XPU 667, and you have the intentional presence of what is Amazon Prime. This is an intentional environment, and that is intentional presence, while they are also molesting with what is directed light. 5VWP 598, under that which is not the sun. That is speaking to the stalking conduct of the people of the state, and doing so under what is the guise of a company name. That was Amazon Prime in that video. 56541J2, but what I'm documenting on my podcast is speaking to that ongoing stalking activity, which is what they were engaging in as I was reading their license plate. 8GHH 119, 85816P1, AC39L17. All right, this is the maintenance of central presence, zenith, and it's zenith, this light source that is hovering, remaining, first of all, today, what I'm showing you, remaining present, it's after 12, it's 12:47 p.m., and this is 8 o'clock in the morning. So this is over 4 hours, over one address, and following back from the Ovid Family Community Library, by the way, as well, back to the same address. This is also maintaining a central presence while I'm in two different cities, in the city of Upland, over my head, directly over, and the city of Fontana, directly over my head. All right, replete with directed light. 6KIZ 026, and that is not the sun, and that is impossible. And you're also looking at what is the malicious sexual violence and hostility by demons as they molest while they cross paths with directed light. 5SPB 499. Including the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario Fire Department, 8VXW 837, 7B 55368, 8MVG 557, 7NXB 163, 6PGA 577, 8DSU 109. And that is the P.O.C. That is exactly what the pattern of conduct is. And that is the prosecution of an entity, a people that is engaging in that system together, intentionally so. And it is the vicious and malicious system, while an entity in concert with the people of the state, vicariously acting on behalf of that entity, the state of California, is monitoring American citizens in concert with that entity, the people of the state, in violation of Title 18. 7MUF 148. EY 298, handicap, 8YAE 110, 7LKV 017. 8MSB 013, 8TPS 015, 5TJR 459, 5ZOX 218, 6WWF 819, 8VIV 119, 7T00947, 5CRT299, 67422X2. License plate. The people crossing path, walking by on the sidewalk, stalking and monitoring, molesting just the same, including a child in the P.O.C. She just doesn't have a license plate. That's going toward the people. 8262861. I'm prosecuting not only the P.O.C., but all the ways in which they engage in that, and they are acting as one. All right, the entity engaging in the group conduct as demented as it is. License 6XYP223, 22492K1. And it is 12:49 p.m. License plate 7WHC949. License 4ANR231 8WND. I can't really see that one. You can scratch that. V503RO BS17. I'm sorry, 8XOE649. There we go. 4Gen Logistics crossing path and touching again. Carrying another trailer. Maersk 7GVY747. Again, that's 4Gen Logistics. I don't have the California number or anything like that, but that's a trucking company. 7PTL403. 30118W2 8SDZ082, and that's spelled 4GEN, the number 4GEN Logistics. Okay, license plate 5NMN805, 8TPY875, 6YJM919, 446WF handicap. 8XIH286. Pomona Adult Healthcare 01623X2. Pomona Adult Day Healthcare Center. Same exact directed light. That's a demon driving that vehicle. Demons aboard that vehicle monitoring. 7XUY490. Remember, it's not demonic activity is not premised on your age or any sort of even physical or mental handicap that one would want to claim or relies on for purposes of being exempt from it being able to have intent or anything like that. First of all, a government is utilizing what is presence, and second of all, it's demonic activity. Or I want to be clear, and that is separate and apart and distinct from what is any sort of mental incapacity, which is actually irrelevant. This is demonic activity as I'm revealing it, and it's a demonic behavioral pattern. And you also have what is the documented and ongoing demonic behavioral pattern of those who want to feign some elderly age or feign some physical handicap or some mental incapacity, even those by who are children, while their parents or guardian, whoever it is, are engaging in the P.O.C. with that visual or presumed status of some handicap. The same demonic behavioral pattern is underway. It's demonic. 8LRE682, I just want to point that out. License plate LS007. 7YTP064. Merchants, license 81074B2. License plate, this is Quicktail. And I don't see any license plate on Quicktail. 8VZR590. 4TDV574. 8TTW895. 7YMW154. 6WSG431. 03997D3. 17437L2. 6U22. 628. 8H61972. 8TH298. 7CPX834. That's 8THB298, excuse me, 75844Y2. And it is 12:53 p.m. License plate 8WHB 921 27833R2. 7PYN 025. That's a demon that's called Noise under the fake sun. Okay, that's P.O.C. It is license plate 8WTP 186. That's nothing but activity creation by a demon-possessed stalker. License plate 7ZEA 059. Let's see, license, it is 12:54 p.m. License plate NGX 5816, Texas. 8, I can't really say that one. 79567U1. License 5FYV 962. 93994T1. 7RQL 999. 7CPD 655. 86201R2. 6KOS 616. License 53499U2. 8LKK 633. 99494C1. 4MBU 605. 7ZPB 661. 20225E2. 7ZIC 008. 8P09 535. 8KUA 456. BB4U3D, that's some out-of-state looking license plate. I can't see what state that is. License 7NYG 209 28370F1 8CVM 136 8GNY 457 8CLU 890, I believe. 4NHK 423 7KIA 239 5FJ, let's see, 5FJJ 564 7EQC 619 7V Q9 352, I believe. 8BOY 350. Let's see, and it is currently 12:56 p.m. $7D89. Let's see, $7D89863. $7JMS 175 NJC 4423. That's Texas. UPS crossing path, heading south on Plum and then turning west onto Hope Boulevard at 12:57 p.m. License plate 6ZUP537 X182A0 40428D3 5NTW 475 4LQA 468 8XQK 925 9G25332. That's a large truck. 7KPE 817. 7ZEA 059. 7TPU 502. 8NBE 717. 8ULN 897. Omnitrans license 1302446. 8NTM 681. And directed light, while 8ULN 897, it literally swirls around, hanging on the brick of the little brick wall right here, hanging up the pillar of the SI.I.S liquor, molesting with light. Omnitrans is molesting. The people are molesting. I'm just speaking to who are engaging in surveillance around me. 8 SOP 893 while that light activity is ongoing. 7XAG 078, 7KWF 331, 8 VAX 143, 8 TYL 243. And it's 12:59 p.m. That is Omnitrans bus number 1361, by the way. License 6WDX239. 00385D2. 5W. I can't really see that one. 8M. I can't see that one either. You can trust that. License 8RKV814. All right, and this particular demon right here, just loitering in the driveway, 8NTM681. No traffic is obstructing their passage. They're loitering in a relevant position, monitoring with Omnitrans, which is also loitering. You're not operating a bus line in direct light and under a fake sun. You're stalking and engaging in surveillance and light activity creation. Monitoring and engaging in sexual violence as I'm documenting it. It is license plate 3. Let me get to 7K. Oh, I can't see that one either. 7MY. I can't see that one. You can press that. 8VXN 569. 8NTZ 928. 7LKR 206. 8UCY 962. 8UVN 641. 8LXK 829. 8XDC 468. 6YVC 686, 3VDF 215, 4XFZ 667, 71830Z1. Omnitrans crossing path and molesting the same. USPS vehicle 6921042. TomTom 4878812. That's an out of state. It's towing. Going westbound, touching with light. That is, I can't see that license plate, but I've already documented specifically it's towing, and they're engaging in the same P.O.C. 7SDJ 708. That is as they're driving westbound and eastbound, reaching over to touch. Okay, that's a stalker. That's a stalker that is touching while they are stalking, representing the government, and showing their entire focus, which is me. All right, and a demonic hostility while they know I'm documenting them. License 8PCF 860. 5CVY 904, 8BZM 049, 8AKR 558, 8AGW 011, 752, 21S1, I believe, 7VOT 339, 7EVY 105, 5PBV 751, Handlen, HANDLEN, Distribution Company, license 5500282. On the cameras inside of the B&G Plaza. License 8TED 378, and it is currently 1:02 p.m. All right, so what I took images of, first of all, is not only the state's fake sun, but you're looking at what is the pattern of aiming light underneath covered structures. That's directed light. And so you're witnessing how I'm showing you what is blatant stalking with that, which is not the sunny. You're looking at what is the pattern of aiming light underneath structures. That's handling. That's a demon in a commercial vehicle that I'm going to document right now. 5CGX505. Handling, the correct license plate is 55002B2. That's called noise under the fake sun. That's a heavyset Caucasian male group stalking. It's P.O.C. It's 1:03 p.m. All right, that is the identification of that same pattern. You're looking at what is aiming light under structures, all right, to maintain light. 6NPW544, that's the S.I.I.S liquor owner, I believe, and he's using his vehicle in the parking lot as I walk back toward the entrance area after capturing handling, engaging in audible activity, light activity under the state's fake sun, all right, which I'm showing you. That's seen at 1:03 p.m. It is currently 1:04 p.m. I want to get this license plate. 7H55. 431. All right, license plate 7RAV261, 7EVN 506, 7XXK 806, BU30N48 paper, 8SWZ 958, 8CEE 011, 6CHZ 344, 8SHN 312. McKinney truck rentals crossing path and directed light while they are driving westbound on Hope Boulevard, just spanning across the street. That's a method of activity creation while you are stalking with the state and engaging in that ongoing conduct while all of the people of the state are stalking with the government, as I'm documenting them under what is the maintenance of a fake sun over the B&G Plaza, which I took another picture of as you're looking at what is stalking by a people, as I also show you what is relevant positioning via traffic. All right, and that's what I took a picture of at 4. Sorry, it is currently 1:08 p.m. Just want to make sure I have the right time. I want to point out it's 3 hours ahead, and my phone. Let me document. This is a method of monitoring conduct, but it's 3 hours. It's down to the minute and second, which is still precise, and I have been reciting the time as well. But my phone right now, I set it back to Western Pacific time because I'm speaking to what is the preciseness of timestamps, which is relevant when you're documenting P.O.C. and presence and where I am, etc. It is currently, like I said, it's 1:10 p.m., but my phone switched to East Coast time, which is relevant. You could switch it back to what is West Coast time, and that's why I paused to look at the time, because it said 4:08, and so I was looking at what region it was set on, and somehow it was set to New York, which I did not set, while I was standing at the S.I.I.S liquor venue documenting. So I did set it back to Eastern, I'm sorry, not Eastern, but Western time, Los Angeles, which is the time zone, Pacific zone. And I want to be clear with regard to my documentation, that is still showing, even if it says 4:08, for example, it is 1:08, because that is somehow it converting to East Coast time, which I did not set. But I want to make sure I specifically document that as well. It is still relevant for purposes of what is the time in the Pacific zone, which would be 3 hours earlier. It is not 4:08, it is 1:08 p.m. Currently, it is 1:11 p.m. I have set it back to the correct time zone. This is P.O.C. Alright, it is currently 1:18 p.m. and I did capture what is the state's fake sun that is maintaining this presence behind me as I'm sitting at the same B&G Plaza on the bus bench, and what is the state hovering over the B&G Plaza in a commercial airline plane that is patrolling in the sky space, and the people are patrolling on the streets, which is what I've been documenting for these series of hours while you are looking at what is the impossible occurrence of what is never the sun at 1:18 p.m. and I was here, this is before 8 o'clock in the morning, but this is the substance of all of that I have already documented. And so this is also coexisting with what is that molestation with directed light as omnitrans, as I captured in that video, and the video that I captured at this is I believe it's 12:43 p.m. And I'm also reciting the time, and I'm showing you Amazon Prime, and I'm showing you directed light while Omnitrans crosses path. This rich concentrated light is the same light that the entity is molesting with my person and swiping across the brick wall of the S.I.I.S liquor in the shade. And while they are driving also westbound on the opposite side of the street, the same directed light activity is occurring. I've shown this before. And I am just taking pictures with what is my refreshed timestamp, which is correct for West Coast, which again, I did not switch it to New York time, but I switched it back, and that's why I paused before I cited the time, because all of a sudden it said 4:08, and it's not 4:08, and I knew that. So I switched it back to West Coast. But again, that is still relevant with regard to the documentation. It is 3 hours earlier as to Pacific time, but I did switch it back because I am constantly citing the time and constantly taking time-stamped images, all right, not altering my documentation, showing what is the conduct of the entity. And so that was via aircraft over the B&G Plaza, and the fake sun remaining in this same position as I captured this morning as I arrived at this venue. From the storefront area of the S.I.I.S liquor to what is the bus bench, and the state is maintaining that presence while the entity is patrolling and ongoing flashing light, directed light, swiping past, and molesting while the people are crossing path together. That's concerted activity. That is targeted conduct, and the state engages in that same conduct while it flies over in relevant position in that environment that is remaining, an entirely unnatural one. All right, that is the identification of the state system. It's currently 1:20 p.m. 8XNU 182943, I can't see that one. 6NUG 764 19926U2, 8KTP 856, I believe. Omnitrans bus number 1268 is loitering in relevant position at limit and halt. And the people are surrounding, sitting on the adjacent bus benches with communication devices, while the state is patrolling via aircraft and patrolling via the people in traffic and remaining and loitering in relevant position through the parking lot, surrounding directed light, while they are engaging in that surveillance conduct. All right, this is documentation of what is terrorism by the people while they are stalking in all manner. And that's what they're doing by sitting at a bus stop. It is currently 1:21 p.m. That is P.O.C. License plate of third parties patrolling in traffic. License plate 7RU. I can't see that one. 7AWX379 AJ 76266 U-Haul. 7PGU 786 45725 R1. 830MC handicap. 8SFT631. And this goes without saying. You're looking at every single venue where I've isolated the P.O.C. for purposes of understanding how a state is targeting you and how the people are targeting you. You have what is the 31823Z1, the impossibility of this maintenance behind the bus bench, where I'm showing you as I face south to capture the fake sun over me, 8 PSF 327, whereas I have substantial documentation of the state keeping its fake sun in an entirely different and distinct location where I'm facing the opposite direction, in an entirely different direction where I'm at the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library or the Ontario Town Square or the Wells Fargo, where I'm showing you what is the fake sun. And it is remaining, for example, while I'm at the Ovitt Family Community Library until after this time. For example, on the days where I'm showing you I arrived before 9 o'clock, or as I arrived to enter the venue, period, at the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, where it opens at 10 o'clock, and I step out later in the day, and at this time the state is keeping its fake sun over that venue. Remaining over while the demon-possessed agency of the Ontario Police are driving in a circle under that light source. State's fake sun, all of this is documentation of what is clearly not the sun. And so I'm just pointing out the obvious, because that is the obvious when you are being pursued by what is that not a light source, and pursued by what is not sunlight. And you're recognizing the patterns of stalking with light and remaining over B&G, while at the same time my documented maintenance of presence at the Ovitt Family Community Library, where the state is maintaining its light source and at a distinctly different location, let alone in the city of Upland, as I showed you, or in the city of Fontana. You're talking about just here in the city of Ontario and the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, and I would never be able to capture that if that was actually the sun remaining over the 280 North Lemon Apartments, remaining in front of the entrance well after the end of the day, after I exit that library, while I enter and the state is keeping it in front, and while I exit during the middle of the day to show you what is specific examples that I may be pointing out with regard to stalking with light. This is presence at the B&G Plaza at the same bus bench behind me as I face south in order to capture that image. At 1:24 p.m., it is right now, this is maintenance of that presence, 8PUV 821. That's the P.O.C. of stalking with light. Okay, and that is what I'm speaking to. And you have the people of the state engaging in surveillance, sitting around you, driving around you, maintaining presence inside of any venue, such as where they live. There are third parties engaging and monitoring together, and this is the maintenance of the people in concert with that entity that is surrounding all around you. And that is documentation of what is terrorism. All right, and that is how an entity is targeting you. And the psychopath, relying on the fact that you don't know their name, or they're keeping their back to you, or that they are appearing to do something else which is supposed to be detached and having nothing to do with you. That is the documentation of what is a psychopath, a demon-possessed one who is engaging in a malicious system in operation in the state of California, where they are indeed targeting you. This is how you have what is ongoing stalking and molestation with that which is unnaturally occurring, directed light. This is how you have what is following and hovering, maintaining a central presence regardless of where you go, direction you go, city you are in, or county, all right, with a fake sun. All right, and that is documentation of what is demonic activity. All right, that is the P.O.C. It is currently, by the way, 1:25 p.m. That malicious, demon-possessed stalker in operation through 4Gen Logistics, all right, who was crossing path again under the fake sun at 1:26 p.m. Through UPS, through FedEx, through the Ontario Police Department. through the Ontario Fire Department, all right, and the same agency using the paramedic vehicles, through American Medical Response, okay, through what is the venue of the B&G Plaza. All right, none of them are sheltered in any way. The state is keeping the fake sun over their venue and aiming directed light while they are driving past and through that parking lot, stalking, directed light all over the storefronts. It's the same exact P.O.C. that I'm showing you as I capture video, and directed light is all over the place, including on me while they are crossing path, which is stalking. All right, you have what is these commercial actors as I'm documenting them in all manner of different types of vehicles, which is identification of those engaging in the state's pattern of conduct. And that is the ongoing essence of what I documented yet again on another day, speaking to the ways in which you're going to craft a policy in order to confront every demented method employed by such an entity and the sexual violence inherent to that pattern of conduct engaged in by that entity, both directly and vicariously. All right, and speaking to what is necessary as punishment with regard to that criminal system in operation, both with knowledge of what you're documenting, showing that unlawful determination by government to monitor you while they are stalking, and every method that is employed has been revealed. All right, you're showing what's not the sun as it's remaining literally over B&G Plaza. How are you getting any sun in the state of Nevada? As I'm showing you, it's remaining over the address of 410 East Holt Boulevard in Ontario. All right, the state's fake sun is remaining over B&G Plaza. That is not the actual sun, because it would not be a hot day in Nevada where you're looking at that source in the sky, which is supposedly covering over not just Ontario and a parking lot where I am. You're talking about that which is one sun, not one sun per city, not one sun per county, not one sun per state, not one sun per region of the hemisphere. This is stalking with a fake sun. And this documentation alone, just today, all right, let alone of what I've already established, is showing what is not a sun. All right, the state of Nevada, Arizona, how are they getting any sunlight? This is not the ubiquitous presence central over my head while it's remaining over 410 East Holt Boulevard. I don't think so. All right, and it's not a matter of what I think. That's just a matter of scientific fact. All right, so this is revealing what is a criminal system in operation, and actors such as Omnitrans are a systematic means of that criminal system. All right, and as such, you're talking about the prosecution of such third parties for what is terrorism, monitoring American citizens, and sexually violating them while you're doing so, with knowledge that you're being documented. All right, so it is currently 1:28 p.m. and that's Omnitrans license 1545797, stalking with an entity, bus 2341, under a fake sun that has remained for an excess of 5 hours over one address, that is 410 East Holt Boulevard, in direct conflict with nature and common sense, and also that coexists with what is that state's pattern of directed light aiming at underneath structures, the creation of what is engineered light underneath such structures. All right, that's why I'm showing you my double shadows appearing in what is just light manifesting just out of nowhere. That's the state aiming light. That's engineered light. That is speaking to the targeting conduct of the people of the state who are psychopaths targeting you, stalking and aware of every word and syllable that you are stating, aware of who you are. That is exactly what that's revealing while that unnatural environment is present. And this is coexisting with that which is supposed to be a sunny day in the state of Nevada or Arizona, name whatever state, because that's not the sun that's remaining over 410 East Holt, which is supposed to be the sun that is covering the rest. How about the rest of the planet? Okay, you're not talking about keeping a fake sun over Ontario is in conflict with common sense. This is what I have been showing with regard to my cumulative validation documentation, let alone what I just documented today. All right, the sun's never going to be reaching or capable of being over anywhere in the city of Nevada. When you're talking about keeping a light source stationary to me, if I stay present at 410 East Holt Boulevard, okay, you're talking about keeping it where I am. That's not the sun. All right, and that does not coexist with being present and visible over anywhere in the state of Nevada. That's just one common sense analytical approach to that. That's P.O.C. You're clearly a stalker. 8HCY 811, and this is 831, and that's the government acting through them. 5F QB 826, but I can't really see that one. You can scratch that one. 7VBJ 565. That's a state system in operation. And direct conflict with nature, all right? An entirely malicious one, but not sophisticated in any way. All right, and that is direct evidence of monitoring of a malicious system that the people are necessarily engaged in, which I'm already showing when you're talking about patrolling and that directed light that's occurring. All right, that's the absence of any argument that you'll have when you're being prosecuted as a government monitoring with that entity. It is 6RHS 575. It's currently 1:31 p.m. and that's P.O.C. right, I'm taking a screenshot because what I did was I uploaded all of my recordings, and this is Omnitrans using its bus line as a means of stalking with activity while it is monitoring. And this is moments later. I just documented a bus arriving, and it is 1:39 p.m. And this is bus 2353, license 1545833, arriving and molesting with directed light under the fake sun, and using that bus line as a means of crossing path, molesting with light. That's stalking with activity while they are monitoring what I'm doing on my phone. So I took a screenshot of that, and with simultaneity to what I'm doing on a phone, another bus arrives. They arrive whenever they want. They change the signage. This is their engagement in the state's criminal system in concert with that entity, monitoring all the same, okay? And this is why you have that bus arrive at 1:39 p.m. as I captured in a picture, and I took a screenshot of what I'm doing on my phone, and that is Omnitrans engaging in the demonic behavioral pattern of stalking with activity. That is a demon-possessed entity acting via that third-party company that is engaging in what is terrorism, molestation, federal stalking, and monitoring in concert with the people of the state. It is 1:40 p.m. That's P.O.C. All right, showing Omnitrans that is taking off, monitoring systematically at 1:42 p.m., arriving at 1:39 as I upload what are 26 audio files to be published onto my podcast. And as I do so, arriving minutes later after another bus had just arrived, and you have what is taking off at 1:42 p.m. I just want to document that this is how Omnitrans engages in the P.O.C. on behalf of the state in concert with the people. It is 1:42 p.m. All right, I want to document 1545811. That's Omnitrans arriving in relevant position, directed light under the same planted fake sun over the B&G Plaza parking lot at 2:01 p.m. That is the P.O.C. underway. Omnitrans engaging in that as I sit at the bus stop, uploading my podcast to the online, uploading it online. And so in operation, this is the staggering of internet connection, substantial slowing down, which is serving the purpose as I begin that process. Omnitrans arriving moments after a bus had just arrived in order to cross path molest with directed light. That touching with directed light is how you're engaging in that monitoring conduct, that engineered light. All right, that's the demonic formula. Just like I showed at Prime Wash Express, while that group stalker in that pickup truck is acting with the state, which is under a fake sun, which is central over my head at that time at 12:43 p.m. At or around 12:43 p.m. is when I captured that yesterday on November 25th. That engineered light is instrumental. This is speaking to that which the state is also molesting with the body while they are monitoring with communication devices. All right, and that's what Omnitrans engaged in as it arrived. I just want to document again. Omnitrans crossing path is still monitoring at 2:01 p.m. License 1545811. This is P.O.C. One, two, three, four, 705. That's Omnitrans crossing path, arriving at the bus stop at 2:23 p.m. Engaging in P.O.C. monitoring with communication devices under the state's fake sun that is remaining over the B&G Plaza. Engaging in ongoing maintenance of light activity, ongoing directed light while they cross path. Just documenting their presence and their engagement in that P.O.C. in concert with the people who are constant. They are engaging in an ongoing monitoring, and the demons just engaging in ongoing competition, trying to slow down upload of my documentation after I document them, which is this is what is federal stalking, and this is documenting also demons that are engaging in that criminal system of what is indeed monitoring, and this is serving what is obstruction of justice, and Omnitrans engaged in that. It's 2:23 p.m. Oh, and I also want to speak to that license plate is on an Omnitrans bus, but it was a different color bus, so I just want to make sure I go ahead and document that particular aspect of that particular detail. It was a green bus, mostly green as opposed to the ordinary colors of their buses. Just want to document that. 2:24 p.m. All right, it is currently 2:28 p.m. and what I captured an image of is the state's fake sun, which is engaging in that pattern of not only remaining over an address, and this address is 410 East Holt. This is understanding what is that pattern that I've already shown, which is the state engaging in not only stalking with a fake sun and remaining with a fake sun. You're talking about what is that feigning the conduct of the actual sun, which, first of all, is not going to remain over a particular address. And this is what we have documentation of. It is literally captured over the signage of the property of B&G Plaza here since 8 o'clock in the morning. It is 2:29 p.m. I'll take a look at that picture that I captured at around 2:25 p.m. And you have also what is the state, its vantage point of that fake sun, which is remaining over the property of B&G Plaza, hovering over that light, over this property where I am. including with the directed light activity. You have what is the state that is already captured at that location, and this is following and then remaining, and then also engaging and acting like it's the actual sun, where it is moving westward, and it's actually not going anywhere. This is remaining, and then abysmally failing at acting like it is the sun, where it moves westward after a series of hours. All right. In other words, at some point having to succumb to what is some sort of mimicking the actual sun after you remain over a property all day long, and then acting like you're moving westward. That's what the state's doing. And like I said, I already documented at what is hours earlier, where I'm showing you the vantage point where the state's fake sun has already captured it as I walked westward, and the state was moving its fake sun in step with me. As I left B&G Plaza, and I walked toward what is Andy's Burgers, and you're looking at what is the fake sun in perfect alignment with me, while I'm showing you the stalkers in alignment to me via a drive-through, where the fake sun is actually past where it is right now in the parking lot. It's still not over that Andy's Burgers parking lot. I'm sorry, that Andy's Burgers drive-through location. All right, so this is recognizing what is feigning the conduct of the actual sun. This is a psychopath, and this is a stalker, and this is in no way similar to the actual sun either. All right, you're talking about what I already captured early this morning, 7:57 a.m., where the state's fake sun is already captured much westward of this location at the Stater Brothers parking lot at 646 West Holt. You're looking at what is, as I capture where I'm at the 280 North Lemon Apartments, which is also west of this location, as I walk west on Hope Boulevard, north up Plum. That is all manner of a deviation of a fake sun remaining over my head, and then back toward the literal venue of the Shiro's Liquor area of the B&G Plaza parking lot. All right, and then the state engages in this pattern. That's what I have spoken to. It'll remain all day long over a particular address where I am, and then abysmally fail at acting like it's some sun and moving westward. And that is incremental migration west after you are remaining all day long. That's not movement. All right, that is stalking with a light source, and that is the poor mimicking of the actual sun. That is not remaining for a duration of the day. It is after 2 p.m. It's 2:31 p.m. right now, and this is an excess of hours since 8 a.m. That's over 6 hours of being over the 410 East Hope address. All right, this is the B&G Plaza. And again, my documentation showing how this is also not the sun. You're remaining over me in the city of Fontana. You're remaining over me in the city of Upland. You're remaining over me while I am remaining present in the city of Ontario at a particular address, which is identified as the Ontario Ovid Family Community Library, where it is captured this morning as I walked to that location and back to the B&G Plaza, and the state is keeping its fake sun. That is the conduct as I have pointed it out. All right, remaining all day long in the same way that the people of the state are remaining all day long. They are one in maintaining group presence in concert with the state. All right, that is stalking via police vehicles and fire department and ambulance vehicles, planes and helicopters. And that's exactly what you witnessed as I showed in pictures and images today. I'm pointing out that specific pattern of remaining all day and then feigning like it's going somewhere, like it's the sun that is moving westward as it remains over a particular address on a specific street in one city. All right, whereas it's in conflict with, this is what I'm saying, it's not sophisticated. It was already west of this location earlier this morning, and then it moves east, and then you're talking about engaging in some incremental movement westward as though that's the sun that's moving, while at the same time remaining, if you're witnessing what I'm showing you in pictures and video. And that's exactly what the state did yet again today. That's the stalking with light, and that's entirely demonic. That is indicative of what is a psychopath as well, engaging in what is obsessive stalking conduct, sexually violent touching while you're stalking as a government, and that's exactly what the people of the state are and what they are doing. It is 2:33 p.m. and that's when I captured in a picture as I face south to show you what is that fake sun, which is still not on that side of the Andy's Burgers drive-thru as I showed you hours earlier, as the fake sun is west of the location that I captured it at 2:25 approximately p.m. It's still behind where I captured it earlier, all right, while it's acting like it's moving west somewhere, all right. This is the entity that is stalking with a light source that is not the sun. All right, and never capable. If that was actually the sun, it's never going to be in any other state. It's never going to be in any other city. All right, it engages in this mimicking of this conduct with a fake sun at every location. All right, so this is the state practicing this conduct in the state of California, that which is not the sun, remaining and directing light and molesting with that which is unnaturally occurring light. That is exactly what the entity is doing, maintaining presence as a group, engaging in demonic activity altogether while they are monitoring with communication devices. It is currently 2:34 p.m. and those are pictures that you can look at with your own, and just look at hours earlier also when I'm standing at the 280 North Limit Apartments, when I'm standing in the parking lot of the 280 North Limit Apartments, when I am standing at the Andy's drive-thru, which right now at 2:34 p.m., the state's fake sun is still not in alignment with that drive-thru, as I stood there hours earlier today after I walked to the library and back to B&G Plaza. All right, it's 2:34 p.m., that's P.O.C. All right, the state sounding helicopter activity where the state's fake sun is remaining over B&G Plaza. That's a group stalker crossing path, the fat Latino male crossing path, walking past on the sidewalk, black scrubs, 7JJL 7JJL 718. And that is the state flying over Holt, 6ZVE 690, monitoring with the state that's remaining with its fake sun over 410 East Holt. This is the B&G Plaza, and sounding helicopter activity monitoring on the communication devices, with communication devices. It's 2:40 p.m. All right, I did capture an image. What is the state's fake sun not only over B&G Plaza, but the state is simultaneously, while I'm capturing that image, flying over the same location where the fake sun is by helicopter again. Patrolling over Holt Boulevard, monitoring with the state is 4HYB 178, 8PXB 424, 5BCF 102, while the state is flying back and forth under the with a helicopter, and monitoring 6WFW 484. While they walk next to me on the sidewalk, they are monitoring, patrolling in the state's directed light. While they drive by, they're monitoring, patrolling under the state's directed light, under the fake sun, which is again at 3 p.m., remaining over the B&G Plaza. That's what I just captured, while the state is flying over the same parking lot by helicopter. This is P.O.C, and that's monitoring by the state that's engaging in that ominous stalking conduct via helicopter. This is P.O.C at B&G Plaza, license 8XPY 103. Alrighty, that is the helicopter activity. Monitoring while the state is patrolling under the fake sun over B&G Plaza is Omnitrans, who is also coming, 87183X2, 7TGU 825, 7JRS 952, and Omnitrans molesting each time it crosses path. That's why I took a picture of that. 1370396. P.O.C. All right, Geek Squad 12461L2. I'm showing a picture of them. They molest with substantial directed light, stopping at the bus stop of Omnitrans in order to do so, monitoring what I'm uploading, and the fake sun remains over the venue. That is Best Buy. That's what Geek Squad is. 5XHA474. Monitoring together. That's P.O.C. And that is the absolute strangers. That's the demon-possessed using commercial vehicles to engage in monitoring with communication devices, molesting with directed light, doing the exact same thing that Omnitrans is doing. It's just a different vehicle in the same exact environment where the state's fake sun is remaining over 410 East Holt Boulevard. Okay, it is 3:06 p.m. and I took a picture of that presence of that Geek Squad vehicle after being molested, and they stop in relevant position at the bus stop of the Omnitrans. This is the Route 61 bus stop at the B&G Plaza. All right, I want to document the demon that I showed on video engaging in that ongoing terrorism that they are all engaging in together, they being the people. 8F98739, that's a Latino male. They are group stalking in the parking lot under the fake sun at 3:11 p.m. That is remaining over the property of the B&G Plaza. Engaging in what I'm pointing out is as I move from my podcast, which they are engaging in monitoring, trying to substantially delay. That's what Best Buy, the Geek Squad vehicles, they're molesting with engineered light. It's serving monitoring purposes. And that demon is using a car door with simultaneity to my changing and operation on my phone on the venue of the internet, monitoring with communication devices, engaging in what is demonic conduct. This is how they are engaging in that stalking with audible activity conduct. It's the same demonic activity using an Omnitrans bus, 7JAY039. And this is documentation of the fake sun as I capture in video at 3:11 p.m. remaining over the same address. This is 410 East Holt Boulevard in Ontario, making it a contrast not only to being over me in a different city, over a property where I remain, which is the pattern. You're talking about the state's fake sun as I specifically document, just giving one example, while it is over the Stater Brothers parking lot of 646 West Holt, where Garda World, as I continue to point out, which was under a fake sun, creating that demonic conduct of light activity while they are in relevant position under that fake sun and in directed light, and while third parties are driving by, you're looking at what is directed light on the ground inside of that parking lot. All right, Ontario Police Department, I want to document, they've been engaging in ongoing patrolling while they're monitoring on this phone, which is trying to slow down the upload of my podcast to the internet, which I'm going to upload all of that video and images and the remainder of my podcast, and doing so while trying to substantially delay that. That's obstruction of justice, all right? And all of that is also documented on my podcast as I documented it in real time. This is Ontario PD license plate. Hold on, where are we at? Oh, did it stop? Okay, just making sure I didn't lose my app. It is 3:17 p.m. and I'm documenting what was the presence at 3:17 p.m. of Ontario Police crossing path on Hope Boulevard, and I couldn't see my screen. So I'm just making sure that I'm still documenting. Ongoing monitoring conduct includes interruption of your operation of your communication device, and that's what the significance of molesting with engineered light is. And so I'm documenting what is my phone screen, but it's still recording. So I want to document this right now. It's 3:18 p.m. and this is ongoing P.O.C. The remaining presence of the state's light source over one address for a duration of a day. That is a duration of the day. And I'm showing you clearly in video, and I'm also showing in my still images. And that is documentation of what is the demonic conduct that all of the people of the state are engaging in, whether they're in commercial vehicles or government vehicles. Stalking with noise. Union Pacific is a commercial actor providing audible activity in that same environment. That's how they engage in that together. It is an ongoing environment that the entity is together contributing to and then engaging in what is that act of obstruction of justice while they're monitoring, trying to obstruct the publishing of that documentation that it knows very well is occurring as I document the entity. All right, it is currently 3:19 p.m. and that is P.O.C. All right, documentation at 3:29 p.m. showing you what is the state's fake sun moving westbound on the bus number 2349. I'm showing you the state flying over by helicopter and images at the B&G Plaza, group stalking in that parking lot under the fake sun, which is aiming directed light onto that same venue. And also what is the arrival of Omnitrans, where the people of the state are filling the bus and the state is moving eastbound as the bus is driving east on Hope Boulevard at 3:30 p.m. Okay, that's P.O.C. and I took those in still images. Arriving at what is Cucamonga and Hope Boulevard, P.O.C. Alrighty, I just want to also document not only the state's fake sun, but that's molestation with directed light while they open and close the doors. Alright, while minions are seated in relative position in that environment on the bus that's in motion eastbound, and that impossible light activity on the venue of the bus. Again, this is Omnitrans, bus number 2349, and it is 3:31 p.m., and that is the ongoing P.O.C. impossible to be the sun, and this is the deliberate conduct of an entity that is now moving its fake sun from being over the B&G Plaza all day and remaining for hours as I'm there, and it's the moment I get on the bus, it is moving eastbound to remain through the window and what is directed light, as I showed you, which is behind the bus on the stairs, while the door is open and closed and that light is swiping through the bus. Okay, that's P.O.C. and I took that in still images. 7REG223. MITSGT. It's P.O.C. All right, that was Omnitrans, license 1545806. And I did get off at Vineyard and Hope Boulevard. And I'm going to show the fake sun right now. All right, I did capture what are screenshots of the state's fake sun as I'm standing in the parking lot area of the 76, the Circle K, that's at Vineyard and Hope Boulevard. And I'm standing in front of what is the Jack in a Box. And this is at the, after going east on the bus. And the state's fake sun is aiming light. It's the object is right here, clearly visible over that parking lot area. And the state, I also captured what was a short video of what was directed light. This is the magnified size of my shadow as I'm moving my hand and I'm sitting on the bus. And the state's fake sun is remaining through the window and aiming what is directed light. That's a magnified size of my hand and my arm as I'm showing it movement while the state is stalking with its fake sun. It is currently 3:38 p.m. License 8XTG407, 6AXX903, 7GYS529, 8PUV821, 8WKE397, 8XVN164, 6GOR784, 8PUV821, 7KTG117, 8CYW504. And I'm at Vineyard and Holt Boulevard. This is P.O.C. All right, molestation while I'm standing in the shade at the intersection, 7VOS 809, 8XWF 915. And it occurred as Omnitrans Route 61 was driving westbound on the traffic cameras at Vineyard and Holt. Vine is westbound at this location. Vineyard and Holt, while Omnitrans crosses path. And again, I'm standing in the shade at that intersection of the Circle K and the 76, the same plaza where Jack in the Box is encompassed inside of that plaza, and directed light appears in the shade while Omnitrans crosses path. All right, that's molesting with light while you are monitoring with the state. And I just crossed the street at Vineyard. It's currently 3:40 p.m. 67235B3 8HRJ 754 8KYC 262 6BND 537 7VXD 807 a hand HUG 479 AWPH 121 license 8890782. This Volkswagen van doesn't have a license plate on the front. License plate, see if it has one on the back. 8LAS 610 6NYE 376 8WAH 612 8WLH 381 8HMT 035. It is 3:40 p.m. And at the Starbucks at the Vineyard and Holt Boulevard, the state is aiming direct light into the parking lot. All right, and that, I'm showing you what is the state's fake sun maintaining stationary presence over B&G Plaza. That is not a light that's going to occur as it remains over that property. That is the state stalking with a light source and then covering surfaces with the light as I move. 8 MTP 382, 8 VSW 309. This is operation of a communication device in relevant position in front of the entrance and directed light 8G OS 647. 7WHA 115. Make sure that's 8GQS 647, 7SVC 446, 7FCX 844, 8SLZ 038. It's 3:41 p.m. All right, that is the entity surrounding while the state is stalking with the light source in their vehicles, covered in directed light, operation of the communication devices. 5TUA 778. It is, by the way, 3:42 p.m. where I'm inside of, I'm entering inside of the venue of Starbucks. This is P.O.C. 3:42 p.m. All right, I just want to point out something in my still images that I captured. They are screenshots because you can see on the stamp on the image, it says that I'm short on storage, but I'm still able to take screenshots. And so for purposes of seeing what is the state's fake sun, for purposes of seeing what is stalking in the path, and what is directed light covering the surfaces around at Vineyard and Holt at the Starbucks, I still took screenshots, which you can still see the documentation of substance, all right? And that is the environment where I am, and that is the surrounding conduct by the people of the state in that environment that's deliberately maintained as I leave B&G Plaza and while I'm on Omnitrans bus. And those are screenshots, and that's what that little stamp on those images says. It's just referencing my storage, but the screenshots are capturing what I am documenting. BF48497, that's paper. This is P.O.C. I just wanted to note that. All right, video documentation captured at 8:15 p.m. and also images showing what is group stalking by American Medical Response inside of the venue of the Starbucks where I'm located at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. American Medical Response is using the lights on that vehicle, which I capture an image of while I'm sitting in the door. I want to be clear, directed light is inside of the Starbucks as well. I showed what is the state following with its fake sun to this venue, and you have what is the state aiming directed light also underneath the table, right beside me along the wall. You have what is the American Medical Response as I capture in images and as I capture in video what are the demon-possessed entering this venue to engage in monitoring and group stalking an American citizen in concert with the patrons who are loitering inside of the venue, and also third parties demon-possessed who work here at the venue. This is Starbucks located at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. I want to be clear what you're hearing. It's not usually windy. Exactly. He's pacing back and forth. He has double shadows. He is creating audible activity in the engineered light. He's walking back and forth. And what I captured in video were demons. Loitering in relevant position while they're standing at a bar. This is their form for stalking in the path while American medical response is in the parking lot, crossing path with light, and they are walking out of the venue with double shadows. These are demons, and that is the demonic activity. They are monitoring with communication devices as well, and that's what I captured in video. That's a psychopath, okay? And this is what the entity is engaging in together, and you are looking at it yet again at what is a venue that I have yet to specifically document, but this is not new. This is the government maintaining a fishbowl, stalking vicariously through the people who are psychopaths. This is demonic activity. That is the demon-possessed stalking in that environment, slamming, banging, making any noises that they can in directed light. Okay, doing so pursuant to what I do physically and on the internet. That is demonic activity, and it is underway inside of this Starbucks, again, at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. It is currently 8:18 p.m., and that is P.O.C. All right, license plate 7KJU801. And I did just capture images at 8:50 p.m. upon my exit of Starbucks, located at 111 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario. I am standing in directed light. That is molestation, and it's also covering the inside of the venue. It's directed light in there. It's an abnormal, demented environment. This is a venue at yet another Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, and this is a group stalker, a demon-possessed one, stalking in directed light, using their vehicle as light in the path. 7KJU801 is who I captured as I'm capturing my shadows on both sides of me. 7MBE690. 7FCX844, 7BNN759. 7BNN759 uses his vehicle to stalk with activity as I walk toward, uses the alarm and the lights. 8SUG847. Good night, Dave. License plate 8TQF843. And 8TZV675. This is molesting. All they're doing is stalking, so there is no form. They can come by whatever they want. They're molesting to touch. 5GOL780 at the Starbucks. That's why I have double shadows. And these are the same sex offenders, 8LEU959. And they are all monitoring. Molesting via stalking through the drive-thru. That is license plate. 5VKN184. And I don't see no license plate on that one. That's audible activity and directed light. All right, license plate 6XIN189. Okay, license plate 7FER938. 8LEU959 goes into the drive-thru of Starbucks, and making a payment is a method of documentation. They're engaging in a sexual molestation of my person while they're stalking. 8NPH065. That's what I documented all day long in directed light. It is 8:53 p.m. This is P.O.C. Again, this is airport, the Ontario Airport Plaza, located at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. All right. And this is in Ontario at the top of Hope Boulevard. Well, I don't want to say the top, but at the opposite end, the eastern end of Hope Boulevard, where the state kept its fake sun over me at B&G Plaza all day. And by all day, I mean until after 3 p.m. That's an extraordinary amount of time when you are seeking to posit that this is an ordinary, normal society with a sun over a single address. That is the B&G Plaza. After moving to remain over me as I go to the library property back to that B&G Plaza, and it remains over my head as I do that. All right, and then it remains for the remainder of the day until after 3 p.m. And then when I get on the bus going eastbound, where the state is acting like it's setting, migrating incrementally to the west, all right, which is not, it's not doing anything, all right, and just like I showed you, as I get on the bus and go eastbound, where the state is acting like this fake sun is setting, the state keeps its fake sun in the window of that bus, aiming directed light even into the back. If you look at my pictures, over the staircase headed into the back, the depths of the bus is absolutely impossible light activity, stalking with light. Demons are filling that bus, everyone that you're looking at. This is like an unspoken demonic system in operation, and they're all monitoring systematically. And by the way, the state's fake sun that remained over that B&G Plaza is necessarily moving east in order to remain visible through the windows, in order to engage in that stalking with impossible light activity. That is the signature of the same entity that followed as I went eastbound on Hope Boulevard to keep what is the fake sun visible in the parking lot of this Ontario Airport Plaza. All right, and covering the grounds as I captured before I entered Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard, the state's fake sun and directed light. Never going to be able to capture that if that was actually the sun over the B&G Plaza. So as I go east, and then you're still seeing that object hovering over, and this alleged sunlight covering the grounds. The state is keeping a very low hovering, exclusively centered light source. All right, and so while you are looking at what is not the sun, you're looking at what is migration of that fake sun, and the entity is stalking with that psychopath conduct. All right, they are equally psychopaths. You look at them entering, and just like this is a classic P.O.C. A demon possessed group in there, laughing as loud as they can. Ha 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 ha! Everything is so funny. Everything is so loud to make an ordinary coffee drink while they are in what is the demented environment. Okay, and that's why you see what are demons walking out of that venue with multiple shadows in what is a demented light environment. It's abnormal, and it's speaking to their abnormal condition. It is one of demon possession, and they are stalking. They are literally stalking, and that is how you are witnessing that. All right. In the same way that the Ontario Police Department is stalking, in perfect alignment with me as I stand at the Quick Mart on Vineyard and Holt. Okay. That is the same demon possessed entity in what is directed light, by the way, while they are using their police vehicles to create light activity in perfect alignment with me where I stand across the street. That's demonic activity. And that's exactly what I captured as the people engage in that. Okay. License BOS 4119 is monitoring with the Ontario Police, who are creating light activity at the 76. All right. The group stalker at gas stall number 3 at Quick Gas is group stalking with his license plate, and he's doing so with the Ontario Police, who are creating light activity. Sitting the whole time. This psychopath knows exactly what I'm saying. He's pulling off on camera. 6XIN 189. Group stalking in the parking lot with the Ontario Police, 7 BOA 714, molesting with light while he is sitting in a dark parking lot, stalking and molesting an American citizen, monitoring with communication devices. That is a demon-possessed actor. 7HQV 781. All right, this is P.O.C. Ontario Police are stalking in the path at that 76 directly across the street where I got off the bus, and the fake sun, as I capture in a screenshot, remaining visible over me, totally departing from what is remaining over B&G Plaza all day long. That alone is evidence of not being the sun. That is irrefutable, insurmountable evidence of stalking with that which is not the sun as I go eastbound to that venue where the Ontario Police is group stalking in alignment with me, absolutely focused on me in what is a demented environment, and stalking pursuant to their knowledge of who I am and where I am. That's why I have 4 shadows. License 178P16, Nevada. On camera entering inside of the venue, this African-American bald male stalking with the police, 8UVF 855. It is 8:57 p.m. All right, that is 8XVX128. So that was amplification. What I took pictures of. The state is hovering via aircraft. And again, the environment is present. There is absolutely zero form. The state is stalking, hovering where I am in an aircraft, amplifying that audible activity as I exit that venue of the Quick Mart at Vineyard and Holt Boulevard, while Ontario Police are stalking in the path using their vehicles as light activity. 6FDG 713. And that's what I took pictures of, the hovering plane right over that Jack in a Box, and also the presence of the Ontario Police. Those are the elements of monitoring, and they're monitoring with the people of the state. Let me get this one. License 8GQX965 6WDJ 974. It's currently 9:03 p.m.